And on this holiday weekend, a great weekend of baseball. The Twins have been chasing the Tigers, it seems, forever. And here they have a chance, down by 3 games in a 3-game series. And Kevin Slowey hoping to get this series off on the right foot. And Curtis Granderson will lead things off for the Tigers. He will lead off on the Menards batting order for the Detroit Tigers. Granderson, then Placido Polanco, Miguel Cabrera, Marcus Thames hitting 4th, Don Kelly hitting 5th. You'll see some new names here for the Tigers. Kind of a transition year in a lot of respects. Brandon Inge, Josh Anderson, Gerald Laird, and then Ramon Santiago.
And the scouting report on Kevin Slowey. We will see a better Kevin Slowey tonight. He got some mechanics worked out on the side with pitching coach Rick Anderson. He was overstriding, and now he'll be back to his command in the zone. That means not only throw strikes, but throw your fastball on the corners where you want to throw it, and keep the breaking ball away from the middle of the plate. Ron Gardenhire wants him to use all his pitches, but when he throws that breaking ball, he's got to throw it in good spots.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins, and we'll have 2 of the best defensive clubs in the league against each other. Span in left field, Gomez in center, Kadire in right, Creedy, Harris, Punto, Morneau. Concerns on the right side of the infield with injuries to Punto and Morneau. They're fine. Maurer behind the plate. And with an expected great weekend of baseball, great crowds expected. Then the Yankees come in. They always have great crowds, or bring great crowds to the Metrodome. And then right before a break, the first series of the year here between the Twins and the White Sox, and that should draw well.
It'll be a great sprint to the break, no question about it. Big
Here's
homestand.
Curtis Granderson leading things off, and the first pitch taken for a strike. Granderson hitting in the leadoff spot again. For a while he hit in the middle of the Tiger lineup because he's leading the team in home runs. Check swing and strike 2.
And already we've seen a difference in Kevin Slowey from his start in St. Louis. That's what I'm talking about, commanding the strike zone. Throw the fastball on the outside corner when you're trying to go outside.
And that pitch is outside, 1-2. Granderson tied with Brandon Inge for the team lead in home run. In Slowey's defense, his last start came in the blistering heat and humidity in St. Louis when they had health warnings out for the fans. I think you need to cut all the players a little bit of slack, and the Twins are just confident, optimistic that they'll see a better Kevin Slowey tonight.
I talked to pitching coach Rick Anderson before the game, and I asked him about the heat, and he said, no, it really wasn't that. He was just trying too hard. A lot of times that translates into bad mechanics.
Missing inside, and now the count is full.
What I like about Kevin Slowey, when he misses like that, we saw him try to go on the outside corner, and he missed away. He tried to go on the inside corner right there and missed in. So miss off the plate on those spots, not back over the middle.
Granderson fouls it back. Granderson 38 walks against 65 strikeouts.
If he could cut down on those strikeouts, Dick, he would be one heck of a leadoff hitter. He is anyway. I love leadoff hitters that can change the complexion of the game with the first at bat. But he does strike out an awful lot for a leadoff hitter.
And he strikes out here to start the game. So Granderson gone on strikes.
Well, nibbling around the corner and then come in with a high fastball. And Kevin Slowey can be sneaky when he throws the ball up there, when he keeps the ball down up until then.
There's Slowey's numbers on the year. 14 home runs, including 2 of them allowed to Pujols. Opponent batting average that's over 300, but offsetting that, just the 15 walks. Here's Polanco taking strike 1.
Kevin's had great run support during the season. That's one of the reasons why he's won 10 ball games, but he's also won the games. You know, you have to go out there and pitch, and a lot of times we hear guys say, well, you know, he's got a pretty good ERA or this or that, but he just didn't win the game. Well, if wins are what counts, and Kevin's done that.
Flipped foul, 2 strikes. Slowey still has a chance to be the first pitcher in the American League to pick up his 11th win. Zach Greinke also pitching for the Royals tonight. He'll have a chance to pick up win number 11. Jason Marquis of the Rockies, the only pitcher in the National League with 10 wins. So he can be the first guy in the major leagues with 11 wins, even though he had a short and disappointing start his last time out. 1-2 to Polanco. Check swing, and it dribbles into the Detroit dugout.
For Kevin Slowey to be effective, he's going to have to pitch in there. I love that pitch right there. That impresses a hitter. When a guy throws a good fastball in on your hands like that, that stays in your mind. Is he really trying to pitch me in there? Do I have to be quicker to get the bat head out because he's going to stay in there? Makes you vulnerable to other pitches.
In the dirt, 2-2. Slowey's 10 wins include a win here in the middle of May against the Tigers. 6 innings, 8 hits, just 1 run allowed. Two and two. Off the knuckles, out of play. So Slowey's had to throw an awful lot of pitches here in the very early going. There's a guy who likes to pitch to contact and have some quick innings, and so far that's not been the case. 2-2 to the number 2 hitter. Fastball over the Tiger dugout.
It's interesting how the Twins are pitching and defensing Placido Polanco. Carlos Gomez swung way around in center field toward right center field, and they're pounding him, the hitter Polanco, in. You can see by the way their Twins are playing him that he wants the ball out over the plate. He wants to line the ball to center and right center, and they're going to try to keep him from doing that.
Right down the middle with a fastball, and Slowey starts his night with 2 strikeouts. And Polanco with some words for Eric Cooper.
When you're busting the ball in and a lot, like I said, it gets in a hitter's mind, and he had something else in his mind there besides a low fastball. That was right on the borderline. Polanco didn't like it, but it's too close to take with 2 strikes.
I think what he said to Eric Cooper was that ball was down.
Yeah,
2 down. Bases empty for Cabrera. The Tigers struggling to score runs, but Cabrera putting together another very good year offensively. He's had some leg issues to deal with, but look at those numbers. If the Tigers end up winning the division, he's going to be their number 1 MVP candidate.
And all the more impressive because he really doesn't have an awful lot of offense going on around him, especially right behind him. It's a tremendous offensive performance by that man right so far this season.
Yeah, the fan got struck by that line drive over the on-deck circle. 2 strikes. Slowey started all 3 hitters with strike 1 and then strike 2. And now strike 3. Slowey strikes out the side, and the Tigers go quickly in the first. baseball is fun, but this time of the year, approaching the midway part of the year, there's nothing like a divisional matchup, especially when it's the team that you're chasing and have been chasing almost all year long. The Menards batting order for the series opener: Denard Span, then Brendan Harris, Joe Mauer, Justin Morneau, Michael Kadire, Joe Creedy, Young, Gomez, Punto. Span and Morneau each in the top 10 in hitting against left-handed pitchers, and they're both left-handed batters. And they're facing Luke French, making his first major league start.
The scouting report on Luke French is that he's got a very sneaky delivery. He kind of short arms the ball and sneaks up on the hitter. Makes it a little bit difficult to pick up, and he wants to throw the ball around and underneath the strike zone, get hitters to chase pitches. Twins are going to try to get him early or take a lot of pitches and try to make him throw strikes.
And that's why Span is such an important leadoff hitter for the Twins, because he takes a lot of pitches. Will make French here throw strikes. 2-1. Up the middle, a rocket back to the glove of French, and Span, who was frustrated on the road trip, hitting a lot of line drives, not getting many hits, has his homestand start that way.
And the other scouting report is he has a real quick glove. Sometimes the ball just catches you.
Well, one down, and that'll bring up Brendan Harris. Tigers just called French up. They sent down another a double-A pitcher, Figaro, who made a couple of starts for them, one good, one not so good. And French given the start here because he's left-handed, and teams typically want to throw left-handers at the Twins' predominantly left-handed lineup.
And not only that, the right-handers in the Twins lineup have not just crushed the ball against left-handed pitching either. So on paper, you would expect if the manager's got a left-handed starter that he likes at all, he's going to run him out there against the Twins.
One strike to Brendan Harris. And now a ball. Harris has kept his batting average in the 280 range. Span has dropped into the 280 range. And then the 300 hitters, Mauer, Morneau, and most nights, Jason Kubel. With the left-hander going, the Twins have more right-handed hitters in the lineup, and they've moved up a notch or two. 1-2 to Harris. Swing and a miss, and French gets a strikeout. 2 down. More than any other area of improvement, it's the Tiger defense that's helped them get into first place. And some youth in the outfield. Kelly and Anderson, the corner outfielders. Randerson in the middle. Veterans Santiago and Polanco up the middle of the infield. Inge and Cabrera on the corners, and Gerald Laird behind the plate. 9 games in this homestand, and it'll be interesting to see where Joe Mauer's batting average ends up at the end of the homestand. It starts at .392. Look at the on-base percentage and slugging percentage. And he takes a fastball inside. Mauer, 8 plate appearances short of qualification for the league in batting, or any of the statistics for that matter. And one would think by the end of this homestand he'll be there. He'll have enough. 2-0.
And we saw the relatively new statistic there, on-base percentage plus slugging percentage, and it's over 1,100 for Joe, which is mind-boggling to me.
2-0. And a fastball down the middle, 2-1.
French not overpowering. He wants to spot his fastball and then get hitters to chase 2 kinds of breaking balls that he has. He's got a quick little slider, and then he's got a big slurve we'll probably see here pretty soon, about 76 miles an hour.
Fastball misses, 3-1 with Morneau on deck.
If the scouting report proves correct, we'll probably see, if the Twins are doing a good job, we're going to see a lot of this 3-1, 2-2, 3-2 type counts. Twins are really going to have to try to make him get the ball up in the zone where they can hit it. And
Mauer doinks it down the line, but it'll twist foul. Mauer not on the top 10 list in batting against left-handers because he doesn't have enough plate appearances. But his left-handed batting average is .351. Morneau at .359, Span at .351. So whenever he gets there, the Twins are going to have 3 left-handed batters that have really punished left-handed pitching. This one high to left field. Don Kelly playing his first game here. Tracks it, makes the catch, and the inning ends. Each pitcher with a 1-2-3 first inning. Key stat looking at the improvement in the pitching staff as this season has worn along.
And the June numbers much more like what the Twins were thinking they were going to get right from the very beginning of the season. The starters started off a little slowly. The bullpen was in disarray, but things are really, really coming around.
Big swing and a miss by Marcus Thames. The average ERA for baseball for the American League, 4.35. And you can see in the month of June the Twins were giving up a run per game less than that. Skied to the right side. Morneau, Mauer look at each other, and it's Morneau making the catch. 1-0. Well, that'll welcome you back to the Metrodome. Second inning, and a guy's skies went up near the roof. Saturday afternoons were made for baseball, and this week Fox brings you the national game of the week. The Tigers taking on the Twins in a showdown between division rivals. 3 o'clock tomorrow, game 2 between the Twins and the Tigers.
And you know, Dick, whenever you see a couple of guys look at each other first, you know neither one of them really wants to catch it.
Strike on the outside corner to Don Kelly. Don Kelly getting left field. Josh Anderson right. Maglio Ordonez has struggled to the extent he's not even in the starting lineup tonight and might not play much at all, we would think, tomorrow with Liriano going a left-hander, that Ordonez will find his way into the lineup.
That's exactly right. Jimmy Leyland, the Tiger manager, told me he's going to play him tomorrow, but not tonight or probably not Sunday.
Just off the corner, 2-1.
And that is a mystery. Here's a guy that is a batting champ caliber hitter, and it's just not there. He's just gone. And Leyland was just scratching his head. I asked him, what do you think it is? And he just shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, Ordonez was among a handful of Tiger players taking some early batting practice here. And boy, in batting practice, it looked like the Ordonez of old.
Well, I can vouch for it being a lot easier in the cage.
2-2. And Slowey can't flag it down. Harris knocks it down, but that's the first hit of the game, an infield hit for Don Kelly. Well, Ordonez has tried everything. More hitting, less hitting. He's even tried to get a haircut. His first full haircut, they say, in 5 years.
Who is that?
Hardly recognized him when he was in the cage.
What are all those Detroit fans going to do with all those wigs that they have?
Right. Well, he said he's going to auction off the hair for a charity. If somebody wants to buy a bundle of game-used hair, you can probably do it on eBay.
I'm probably going to pass on that. How about you?
I'll pass on that as well. Here's Inge. Inge brushed by the pitch, and he'll go to first. So Slowey, who uncharacteristically hit a batter and hit him in the helmet in St. Louis, now brushes Inge, and there are runners at first and second with only one out.
Again, I really like the pitch. He didn't want to hit him, and especially not with a runner on first base and nobody out or one out. But he's trying to come in, and if he misses, he's going to miss in off the plate rather than back over the plate. And I really like it. I like his approach, and I like the fact that he's throwing it close to where he wants it.
Josh Anderson will hit with 2 on and 1 out. Driven to right center field, and the Tigers are going to get the first run of the game. Kelly scores, Inge behind him, and he'll come around third. And Anderson on the first pitch cracks a 2-run triple, and it's 2-0 Detroit.
Pitch looked like it was down, but it was right in the middle of the plate, kind of a get-me-over fastball. And most left-handed hitters are good low-ball hitters. And that's right in Anderson's wheelhouse, that low fastball in the middle of the plate. It's funny, you always hear about pitching coaches and managers saying you got to keep the ball down, you have to keep the ball down. But just down to many left-hand hitters is not good enough. If it's down in the middle of the plate, that's a pretty good pitch for them to hit.
Infield in, and Gerald Laird takes a strike. Well, the Tigers many times going with a younger, more athletic lineup, and Anderson gets the first big hit of this series, a 2-run triple. And the Twins will try to freeze him at third base with 1 out in the inning. And they pitch out thinking a squeeze might be on.
Ron Gardenhire knowing that the Tigers aren't scoring a lot of runs, they're not beating the ball all over the ballpark, and Laird not one of their better hitters on top of that. Knowing Jimmy Leyland will do just about anything to get runs. That's not a bad play right there by Gardy.
1-1 to Laird. High fly center field. Anderson runs very well. Gomez now coming in, gets a running start. Here comes his throw. It's sailing terribly up the line, and it's a sacrifice fly for Laird and a 3-0 Tiger lead.
This game could drive you crazy. This is what really gets under pitcher's skin. He broke the first hitter's bat, but just found a seeing eye spot up the middle. And then he hits a guy, gives up really only one bad pitch, and here he is down 3-0. He's really thrown the ball pretty well this inning, except for one pitch.
Here's Ramon Santiago with 2 gone. And Slowey clips the inside corner. Santiago missed some time while the Tigers were in Oakland. He left the team for a couple of days to take care of a family situation. Off the end of the bat. And Harris throws him out. Good inning for the Tigers. They get a couple of hits in the game's first 3 runs.
from here on out, anytime you're facing guys in our division, it's important to win. So yeah, we want to win this series as bad as we've want to win any series. We don't want to go in and have the series end with us being 5 games out. We want to be, either 1 game out or right there tied with them. That'd be nice.
Roy, spoken like a guy who's playing a big series in the middle of a season. They don't want to get too far behind him, but also it's not exactly time for a sense of urgency, right, Roy?
Right, Robbie. It's not a sense of urgency, but these are important games. I think this is a big series for the Twins.
Morneau takes an off-speed pitch, 1-1.
You have to hold serve at home, and you have to win in your division. We've seen the statistics about the division winners and what their records are within the division. You don't win unless you win these games, especially at home.
Driven foul off the bat of Morneau, 1 and 2. And tonight's game will mathematically end the first half of the season for the Twins. This is game 81 of presumably 162. After last year, we're not sure anymore.
At least we're not flipping a coin anymore.
Yes. 1 and 2 to Morneau. Half swing, but he went. And French has a couple of strikeouts here in his first couple innings of work.
There's that bigger curveball or slurve, kind of in between slider and curveball. He throws about 76 miles an hour, and it's just enough slower that Justin thinks it's a breaking ball that he saw before, and then it's slower and just keeps working away from it. And that's just right there is a question of never having seen this pitcher before. He'll file that in the memory bank, that speed.
That's drilled to the gap in right center, down for a hit. One hops the wall, and Kadire goes to second with a 1-out double. So Kadire laces one to the gap in right center field. That'll bring up Joe Creedy.
Ball out over the plate. Michael stays right with it. He's so strong, and when a guy can hit the ball that hard the other way and is content to do that, not try to pull everything, it really makes hitting an awful lot easier. Very, very much less vulnerable to a lot of other pitches. And that's just a really, really professional swing.
Here's Tiger Killer Joe Creedy, and he takes down and away ball 1. Creedy has no explanation for it, but he has done very well throughout his career. In fact, the best against the Detroit Tigers. And now 2-0. First time now that French has had to pitch from the stretch. Four home runs, including a grand slam that ended the game here back in May. Two and 1.
I was talking to Joe Vavra, Twins hitting coach, while the Twins were taking batting practice earlier today, and he said, I really think that we either have to jump on this guy on the first or second pitch as he tries to get ahead, or we have to be really, really patient and see a lot of pitches. And we just saw that in this inning. We see Michael Kadire get it. The first fastball he saw, he hits a double. And now French is just trying to nibble around.
Fly to right center. Kadire setting up for a possible tag. And Granderson does a lot of things well, including throwing. And that's out number 2. And Kadire stays at second. And that'll leave it up to Delman Young. Young, happy to be back in American League play. Didn't play much in the interleague games. Jason Kubel started 8 of the 9 games without the designated hitter. On the inside corner, a strike. Pass along our best wishes to Nancy Wild, who wanted to be here tonight for this series opener, but she became ill, unable to be at the game tonight. So if you're feeling better, and maybe catch some baseball here at the for the rest of the homestand. 1 and 1. You must have faced hundreds of pitchers, young pitchers, for the first time And Span, of course, likes to watch pitches any way Mauer does, but particularly I would think a challenge for Delman Young, who likes to pull the trigger early in the at-bat. 1-1.
Yeah, you have to throw the ball quite a ways off the plate for Delman to get to 2-1 here already.
It is 2-1.
I still believe this young man's going to be a good major leaguer. Well, he has been a good major leaguer, but I think he's going to keep getting better.
Breaking ball around the plate, 3-1 with Gomez on deck. The designated hitter in tonight's game. Jason Kubel will likely fill that spot tomorrow with the right-hander Edwin Jackson going for Detroit. 3-1. And a walk to Young. That'll get Gomez up.
Thunk it?
Yeah. And that'll get Gomez up, representing the tying run. So French will have to face his 5th batter here in the second inning. You know, could be potentially an important guy for Detroit because they really would like to have a left-hander in their starting rotation. Nate Robertson, before he was put on the disabled list, was relegated to bullpen duty. Big swing and a foul by Gomez. This is just the 8th game this year that the Tigers have had started by a left-handed pitcher. The other 7 were started by Dontrell Willis.
And it's hard to be successful nowadays without at least one left-handed starter in your rotation.
And a called strike, and Laird bluffs a throw to second.
You like to split up. If you're a manager, you really like to split up your series against an opposing team. There's so much platooning that goes on. So many guys like Jason Kubel, who play primarily against right-handers, and you really don't want to give them 3 games in a row to just 3 right-handers in a row.
That's pulled down the line, but foul.
If you can help it, you'd like to have even if you have one left-handed starter per series, you have the right-handed lineup and then the left-handed lineup, then back to the right-handed, right. And it does throw guys off just a little bit, or if not throw them off, it doesn't allow them to get in anywhere near the groove that they can if they just keep seeing right-handers, which I think that happened with the Twins on the road trip. They saw an awful lot of right-handers, and that was one of the reasons why I think they were scoring some runs too.
You saw Verlander there. The Twins won't face him. He pitched on Thursday. French tonight, and then Edwin Jackson, another power right-hander. So French fitting in between the 2 good right-handed hitters. There's a liner to third. Inge, with Gold Glove caliber defense, makes the catch, and the Twins strand a couple in the first. Moment brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit ExploreMinnesota.com and plan your next Minnesota vacation today. That, of course, the historic Landmark Center in Rice Park in downtown St. Paul. Landmark Center overlooks Rice Park and its beautiful fountain. It's next to the Ordway St. Paul Hotel. Kevin Slowey starts Curtis Granderson with a strike. He struck him out in the first inning. Slowey struck out the side in the first, but gave up 3 runs in the second. 1-1. Granderson, as we said before, hit in the middle of the Tiger lineup because of his power, but much like the Twins without Denard Span, they really didn't have a good leadoff hitter to replace Granderson with, so they moved him back in the leadoff spot, and he's on with a leadoff single here in the third. Twins and Tigers tomorrow, and it's also DQ Cap Day. The first 20,000 fans at the 3:10 game against Detroit tomorrow will receive that Twins cap courtesy of DQ. Tickets for tomorrow's game are available by calling 833-TWINS or visit twinsbaseball.com. Granderson aboard, a threat to steal, and Polanco the hitter. Granderson with 13 steals. Anderson has a dozen. The team has 42. And strike one. If Granderson isn't your ideal leadoff hitter, this guy to me is everybody's perfect number 2 hitter. He just looks like he was made to hit second in anybody's lineup.
He really has made himself a very, very valuable player because of his ability to play defense at second. But as you suggest, Dick, he has the ability to hit the ball to right field, hit behind the runner, take a lot of pitches, allowing guys to steal if they want to.
And do this. A late power surge over the last couple of weeks. That one hooks foul. And Polanco in the last week or so has hit 4 home runs. He only has 5 on the year, but he's been driving the ball with authority a lot lately.
I think that he gets to the point where he starts looking for the ball inside because pitchers are pounding him in like we saw Slowey do in the first inning. And I think every once in a while he just says to himself, fine, if you're going to pitch me in there, I'm going to try to turn on one. But he'll go back to his 2-strike approach probably and let the ball get back on the plate. He's just trying to make contact and hit the ball behind the runner.
Check swing 1 and 2. You can see the red caps the Twins are wearing. Special holiday weekend caps in honor of Independence Day tomorrow. And Granderson dives back. I mentioned the 13 steals. They've come in 17 opportunities. A little bit of a grimace by Granderson, who slid in hands first without any gloves on. That's driven to right center field. Kadire running to the gap. Can't get there. Granderson round second. On his way to third. He'll be waved around, and Polanco with a double throw to the plate. And Granderson scores. It's 4-0 Detroit. So the veteran Polanco with 2 strikes, still a very dangerous hitter.
And again, got the ball up and out over the plate. And this is really where he wants it. That's exactly where Polanco wants the ball, because he's waiting a long time, lets the ball get back to the plate, and then just drives it the other way. Twins with a pretty good relay right there. Punto with a strong throw. I didn't think they had any chance to make it close, and it was closer than it looked like it was going to be.
So a 4-0 Tiger lead, and their most dangerous hitter Cabrera comes up with a runner at second, nobody out, and he lifts the first pitch foul. Cabrera struck out his first time up. Tigers have really struggled to score runs, and now here they are with 4 quick ones in the series opener. A roller to the right side, and Cabrera with a productive out. Polanco to third, 1 away.
Fun to see a big, strong hitter like that is hitting well over 300, and really their biggest RBI threat in the lineup right now. go ahead and do the right thing, getting the guy over the third base.
Brian Dunsing just called up. Sean Henn sent down. And Dunsing is warming up here in the third inning. Slowey, who, of course, with the 10 wins and has pitched a lot of innings, but he's had a couple of starts where he's lasted just 3. Nice dig by Mauer with the infield in. His first start of 3 innings was back in early May in that monsoon they tried to play baseball in Baltimore. And then the oven-baked game they played in St. Louis. No weather issues here, just a quick start for the Tigers. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Thames has been struggling as of late.
It's a vastly different lineup, isn't it, than what we saw last year, their ability to pound the ball but not catch it.
High and deep down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone.
It's fair, and it's gone.
Halfway up and left, and Thames tees off on Slowey, and it's 6-0. Slowey getting ripped here. The Tigers have hit for the cycle here in the first 2 1/3 innings.
Another pitch in the middle of the plate, and it looks like Kevin doesn't have a real great fastball tonight, not his best one. And when you're throwing it in the middle of the zone to these hitters, I mean, it becomes like batting practice.
There's Don Kelly taking ball 1. Kelly singled with 1 out in the second when the Tigers scored 3 runs.
We talk so much about not throwing the ball in the middle of the zone, and obviously you can't throw it on the corner every time.
Popped up near the plate. Mauer jumps over the bat and makes the catch out number 2.
Pitchers make mistakes, and they can't throw it over on the corners and stay away from the middle of the plate with every pitch. If they're going to throw 100 pitches in a game, or 110, or 95, or whatever it turns out to be, they're going to throw some balls in the middle of the plate. But the key is to make the pitches that you're trying to make enough times to impress hitters that you're not going to be in the middle of the plate, that you really are going to be on the corners. And Bert and I talk all the time about pitching hitters in. When you do that, when you're on the corners, you can surprise hitters with your mistakes sometimes and get away with them.
Inge takes inside. He was brushed by Slowey's first pitch in the second inning, and that was an awfully big plate appearance that helped open the door for 3 Tiger runs. Swing and a miss.
Inge has an interesting stance in the batter's box if we can get a shot of it. You don't see too many hitters as far forward toward the pitcher as he is.
1-2.
Most hitters want to get all the room they can. They get back on the back line. The back line of the batter's box is a good 2 feet behind his right foot. You don't see too many guys up that far.
And again, a pitch that's nowhere close to the strike zone, which is so unlike Kevin Slowey.
He started off real well. The first inning, obviously struck out 3 guys, but it was because he was throwing the ball right where he wanted to, on or off either corner, and then surprising guys. He surprised Polanco with a fastball down the middle.
And that puts an end to the Tiger third inning, but they tack on 3 more and have jumped out in front 6-0. starts. Tigers 6 early runs. Here's Nick Punto in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and he takes ball 1. Dunsing sitting down now, but getting a little sip of that Red Bull, ready to go perhaps in the 4th inning.
I would actually think that for a young man to come up and start pitching in the big leagues, wouldn't need a whole lot of extra artificial boost.
Shouldn't be yawning.
I don't think so.
There's a strike, 2-1. Well, the Twins had a game here in May. It was the final game of the 3-game series, not the series opener. Tigers put up a 5 spot and had Justin Verlander on the mound. The Twins came back and scored 6 runs in 1 inning late and ended up sweeping the Tigers. So plenty of time to go here. Punto now with a 3-1 count.
There's plenty of time, and they have to. Each guy has to go up there with the attitude that he's going to put the very best at bat on French that he possibly can. And just that ball's too low. That's too bad. But there's a good at bat by Nicky, taking a lot of pitches, actually getting ball 4 there, and the umpire, trying to hurry things along. But if everybody goes up there and only swings it, just gets perfect pitches to hit, and lets this guy do that because he doesn't want to throw the ball over the plate, then they got a chance to get back in this game.
Leadoff man is on. French walks the leadoff batter with a 6-run lead. You can submit a question to us online at carsoup.com/baseball. Kevin Erickson from Lauderdale, Minnesota, as a Twin switch hitter, ever homered from both sides of the plate. A tailor-made question for tonight's broadcast.
I'm just glad that was an actual question and that one of my kids didn't set me up with that one.
Span, the answer is yes, and you're part of the answer.
I hit a home run from each side of the plate here in this building. I got Tom Seaver.
Really?
Yep. Tommy Seaver was pitching for the Red Sox, and way up in the Herbeck seats up there in the 3rd deck, and then got Joe Sambito later on in the game, left-hander that I was hitting right-hand, hit in the left field seats. Span
takes strike 2, 0-2.
I did that a few times. I did it the first time I ever did it. I think was with the when I was with the Yankees. We were playing in Kansas City. But it's fun. You don't see that a lot.
Chili Davis, the only other switch hitter to have done it for the Twins. Chili's 2 seasons here. Span takes, and it's 1-2. You look back in Twins history, it's been nearly 50 years now. There haven't been that many switch hitters known for hitting home runs. Not that you were known for that, but what was your career high in home runs in a season?
24.
Okay, all right. So
I hit 20 right around 24, 5-6 years in a row.
Right. 1-2 to Span, and he dumps it behind
third.
I
love it.
And a little chip shot. Punto slides to the seat of his pants to stop, and the Twins get a walk, a flare, and now they've got Luke French sweating it out a little bit.
And Denard Span had that one coming to him after all the line drives he's been hitting for the last week or 10 days. That's a beautiful thing.
See, the guy who normally sits in your chair claims that it never evens up in baseball, but here we have a case where from one at bat to the next, it evens things up.
Well, as a hitter, I would tell you it doesn't even up. It does not. There's way more line drives caught than little dorks that fall in like that. But you keep trying to even them up as best you can.
Twins with a good start to the 3rd inning. Harris at the plate, striking out in his first at bat, taking outside ball 1. But the point I was going to make regarding switch hitters in Twins history, there haven't been many, and there have been far fewer who could hit home runs. Now, Chili Davis was a home run hitter. You were a home run hitter. Butch Weiniger, less so. Certainly Punto, Casilla, the contemporary switch hitters. 2-0, not known for hitting home runs.
Right. There haven't been a lot, and I think that's why a lot of switch hitters that hit for power from both sides of the plate. Of course, you think the quintessential one was the Mick, of course.
Right.
Mickey Mantle was just an awesome specimen of a ball player. But most of the time, I think the reason is most of the time guys start switch hitting because they're not doing real well from one side of the plate, and they think, well, maybe if I get over here, and they learn to slap the ball around a little bit, and they become switch hitters, and it's a lot of speed guys. that learn to become switch hitters so that they can put the ball in play more often. You don't see guys that are capable of hitting the ball in the ballpark turning around the other side too much early on in their baseball careers.
2-0 pitch, skied toward first, and Cabrera across the line. Infield fly rule is called, and Harris is retired. 1 away. Twins need to get something out of this third inning, down by 6 runs. Twins and Tigers series concludes Sunday. It's Armed Services Appreciation Day, presented by Quest. A salute to the Armed Services is always a big day at the Dome. Current and former members of the military can get free tickets to the game by showing ID and come to the game early for a great pregame celebration. For more information on Armed Services Appreciation Day presented by Quest, call 800-33-TWINS. Bert Blyleven down in Florida, taking a couple of days off. Roy Smalley sitting in for him both tonight and Sunday. Here's Bauer, hit a fly ball to left, his first time up. Swing and a miss.
I think this is an important inning for the Twins to get a number, some kind of number on the board. Of course, they'd like to have a real big inning and jump way back in this game, but just to get the crowd back in it, get themselves back in it, they have an opportunity with first and second, nobody out. They need to put a number, hopefully some kind of jagged number on the board here. Have a good at bat by the M&M boys. Get back in this game.
Blocked by Laird nicely, and it's 1-1. French staked to a huge 6-0 lead. Fastball, breaking ball, changeup sent down to improve his secondary pitches after making a couple of relief appearances earlier. 1-1 to Mauer. Just off the inside corner, and it's 2-1.
As we were talking earlier, French is the type of pitcher that really he wants to try to get ahead and then make hitters swing at balls off the plate. Of course, he's futile hope here with this guy at the plate if he wants him to swing a bad ball. But that's his MO. He really wants to throw more tantalizing stuff all around the plate rather than give anybody a real good shot at driving one.
2-1. To center, hit towards Granderson. And the catch is made, out number 2. Bauer and a couple of flies to the outfield, and that'll bring up Morneau. Granderson, the veteran in this outfield for the Tigers. Council and Kelly, and I'm sure Anderson too. So here's Morneau. The Twins are going to get anything out of this third inning. They're going to have to get a hit here from Morneau. Went out on a check swing his first time up. Sharply hit into right center field. Punto around third, he'll score. Span to third. Morneau with a big turn. And the Twins are on the board, and it's Morneau who gets them there.
I had a great time hitting with Justin Morneau a couple of weeks ago before they went on the road trip, and he has just become such a professional hitter. He's got a great swing. He's got good hitting mechanics. And what was so fun for me to talk with him about is how much fun he's having setting up pitchers, understanding how you hit in the big leagues, where if you get some hits on certain pitches, then know what the other pitch that the pitcher's got, because he's probably going to that one. And when you start seeing him going a different way, to make the adjustment and hit that pitch for a while the other way, and then they'll start coming back in again, and you go to your pull field again. He's really, really becoming an accomplished hitter in all phases.
Don't hit it to that guy. He's very good. Kadire on the first pitch. It's a 2-hopper to end. That ends the inning, and the Twins get one in the third.
By 5, 6-1 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. I'm Robbie and Smikowski, and Martin Havlat signed with the Minnesota Wild. He was an unrestricted free agent, a big signing by the Wild in our Dodge game break. I asked him earlier today when he met the media, what's it going to be like playing for a new regime?
Kind of going to be a new and exciting thing for everybody, and everybody was used to something, and now nobody knows what to expect from all the things what happened this summer. But I think we'll have to wait for that to come up.
Now, I don't know how much hockey you guys like, but Martin Havlat is a guy that can score a lot of goals, make a lot of spectacular passes. He's going to make these fans forget, hopefully sooner rather than later, the fact that Marian Gaborik signed with left the Minnesota Wild to sign with the New York Rangers, guys.
Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, the Wild figuring if Gaborik doesn't want their money, they'll find players who do, and they're getting some high-quality players. Here's Brian Dunsing. Was with the club at the very beginning of the year, then sent back to Rochester. As Ron Gardenhire said, he's kind of stretched out. He was mainly starting in Rochester, and he comes into an ideal spot here. Half swing, strike 3, and he strikes out Anderson for the first out of the 4th.
And this is exactly the kind of spot that Gardy, when asked how he was going to use Dunsing, said that he might be able to use him early in a game when they have to get some zeros on the board. He has a lot of left-hand hitters in the Tiger lineup, so he brings in a left-handed pitcher, hoping that maybe he can force Jim Leyland to go to his right-hand hitters off the bench.
Swing and a miss by Laird.
So that later on in the game, he's got all the left-handers out of the game, right-handers in for the right-handed relievers later on in the game. Now, Leyland will counter with a 6-1 lead. Leyland will go ahead and let the left-handers hit for a while until the game gets closer.
That's hit very well to left field. Gerald Laird has gotten the run back. 2 home runs for the Tigers, and they each have gone halfway up the seats and left. It's the 4th home run this year for the Tiger catcher. So it's back to a 6-run lead.
Yeah, you really hate to see that. Get the run right back. Here's a high fastball in the middle of the plate, and that ball was juiced by Gerald Laird. You really want to, even by getting 1 run, you're back in the game 6-1. You really, the last thing you want to see is to come in and give up a quick one right away. Get him right
deep
back
down the right field line. Kadire with a long run makes a reaching catch. He almost overran it.
He did overrun it.
Had to make a nice reach to make the catch.
A bad route and a real good catch. You can see him pointing there. He had to reach back, and as he was walking back to the field, once he goes, "Wow, they didn't make those plays in Rochester." as Michael was walking back to the field, he was gesturing. That ball really came back. He came back.
Granderson, the hitter, taking ball 1 from Dunsing. Swing and a miss. One of the shortcomings for Granderson, and he's one of the more exciting players in the league, but he continues to struggle at times against left-handed pitching. One of the great contrasts between these two teams, 2 great athletes in leadoff spots, Span and Granderson, and Span excels against lefties, and Granderson still struggling with it. Half swing there, and it's 3-1.
And Denard excels in all the things that you would love a pure leadoff hitter to do. Take a lot of pitches, make the pitcher throw a lot so everybody sees him, work deep in the counts, hit well with 2 strikes, don't strike out much, draw a lot of walks.
3-2.
And Curtis Granderson really is not that type of leadoff hitter. He's exciting. He's got a great slugging percentage for a leadoff hitter. He can really change the whole complexion of the game any time in the game, especially right off the bat, first inning.
Foul back.
But he does strike out a lot, and he's not nearly as good against left-handed pitching.
You know, the debate in Detroit, similar, I guess, to the debate in Chicago regarding Alfonso Soriano. Is he really a leadoff hitter, the prototypical leadoff hitter. And Jim Leyland at least moved Granderson to the middle of the lineup because of his power. But then had a hard time getting leadoff hitters to do what Granderson's just done.
Well, you know, that's the point, Dick. With Grady Sizemore is in that camp, you know, and here's a guy that can hit 30 home runs, hitting the leadoff spot, and everybody's saying Eric Wedge ought to put him down in the third or fourth or fifth spot, and Granderson with Jimmy Leyland, Soriano with Pinella. But what happens with managers is just as two things that you suggest. Number one, who else am I going to put there?
Right.
And number two, they get very enamored of those guys' ability to, as I said before, change the whole dynamics of the game right in the first inning.
Right.
You know, a home run in the first inning, and you know we've seen the statistics about when a team scores first, what their winning percentage is. And if that's the case, then why not have a home run hitter up there?
Poke to right, Kadair. Long run here, gets there again, and the inning ends. We saw that here with Jacques Jones, who was a similar type of play.
Right.
One back for the Tigers, and they lead again. Is brought to you by Quest. Get free 2 gigs online backup service with Quest high-speed internet. By Grand Casino Mille Lacs and Grand Casino Hinckley. Expect grand. And by Chrysler. From power and efficiency to innovation and style, it's the way our vehicles come together that sets us apart. Chrysler. Couple of home runs already for the Tigers. Gerald Laird hitting one. Joe Creedy will lead off the bottom of the fourth, taking strike one. Second 6-run lead handed young Luke French. Creedy with a fly to center his first time. He'll be followed by Young and then Gomez. 1-1. Well, the Twins had a threat in the second. Left a couple of men aboard. Ended up getting a walk and a pair of hits and a run in the third. Creedy waits and spins it back to the net. 1-2.
I'm always amazed. We were talking earlier about Denard Span and Curtis Granderson, how shallow Curtis Granderson plays in center field.
1-2. Creedy drives it to the gap in left center. Granderson glides back toward the gap and is able to get there for the first out.
He can go get it as well as any of them. He just telling Don Kelly how he did it, but he plays very, very shallow for a center fielder. Confident that he can glide back and go get that ball. He's very, very good going back on the ball.
Here's Delman Young. Drew a walk in the second inning. And he takes up high.
I mentioned that Delman's first at bat, Dick, that I still think this young man's going to be a terrific hitter, and
flipped foul, 1-1.
The reason I think so is because he's very, very strong physically. He's strong with a bat in his hand, and that, in addition to that, which means the ball, by that I mean the ball jumps off his bat when he hits it. He can hit the ball 9 miles, and he hits it very, very hard. And his mechanics, to me, his mechanics are so messed up that for him to be as successful as he is with really not great mechanics just means that if he can ever get that turned around, if he can work with Joe Valver long enough and is willing to put in the changes that I think I believe and Joe believes he needs to make, I really think he can be a terrific hitter. He's got all the tools.
Now look at him rotate the bat there and spin it around in his hands. When Delman first came to the Twins and was in spring training a year and a half ago, Harmon Killebrew pointed that out to me. That here's, rotating the bat in his hands, and you end up getting ball marks all around the barrel instead of being, alongside the trademark, right, either up or down.
Well, somebody asked Yogi that. Yogi hit with the trademark down all the time, and someone said to Yogi, "What? Aren't you supposed to hug the label up where you can see it?" He said, "Well, I'm up there to hit, not to read."
And line foul.
But the point is, whether it's up or straight down, you're hitting it on the grain, on the side of the bat that you're supposed to hit it on. And you and of course Harmon make a great point. If you're rotating it around, it's not only conceivable but probable that there are going to be several contacts made where you're hitting it on the label side of the bat, which is not good.
Driven to right and hit very well. Deep. Gone! A home run for Delman Young. Number 3 on the year.
The young man can hit. I'm convinced that he can hit.
And if he comes up with a 3-2 count like that, working the count a little bit, it's probably going to help his development as a hitter to be a little more patient.
Well, already we've seen him work the count in both of his at-bats, and something that he doesn't normally do. But when you're strong enough to hit that pitch out of the ballpark to right field over a tall baggy like that, and that's a lot of strength.
Gomez out in front of the off-speed pitch, 1 strike.
You can't teach that. That just either you have it or you don't. And hopefully, when I talk about mechanics, I think he doesn't get behind the ball. He's over his front foot in his stance quite a bit. And for all the golfers out there, if you can imagine, some golf teachers talk about making a reverse pivot. Somebody's got all their weight on their front side, and so when they take their backswing, they never get back on the right side so they can get any power. And that's kind of the way Delman is. He never gets all the way back behind the ball in his stance. And I think it makes it very difficult for him to catch up with the ball. If he ever gets to the point where he's getting back behind it like Justin does or like Michael Kadire does, I really think he's going to be a good hitter.
1-2 to Gomez. Gomez a little pop-up behind second. Polanco's there. 2 outs. You can make your way to the Dome on Sunday for the next Blue Bunny Kids Day. You can buy any adult ticket in the home run porch or cheap seats and get 2 free kids tickets. Also on Sunday, the first of 5,000 fans, 14 and under, will get a Carlos Gomez kids jersey, courtesy of FS North. Tickets for Sunday's game can be purchased at twinsbaseball.com or call 800-33-TWINS. 2 down, number 9 hitter Nick Punto, who walked and scored in the third, taking strike 1. Punto taken out in a slide in the series finale Thursday in Kansas City. Some in Twins uniform believe it was a dirty slide by Jose Guillen. Punto had to leave the game with a wrenched lower back. On the same play, Morneau had to leave with a slight groin pull. This one popped up short right field. And Cabrera makes the catch. The Twins get 1 back. Looks to be a night for the hitters with the Tigers out front early, 7-2.
Minnesota State Lottery Winners Circle, where I'm standing by with Beth, who made the trip 7 hours all the way to Thief River Falls, Minnesota. And for her efforts, we have $100 of Minnesota State Lottery game tickets here. And Beth, 7 hours to make the trip, but you're not even getting circled by Bert. You're being circled by Roy Smalley.
Oh, that's okay. Hi, Roy.
Roy, she sends her best, and she's very, very happy to be circled by you tonight.
It's my very great honor to circle her and to do it for Bert, who is the only one that can do it with any real.
That didn't look good.
Accuracy.
That circle just didn't look right.
It wasn't good. Huh?
It kind of looked like. You ever try to draw a circle or an oval on an Etch-a-Sketch? That's kind of what that looked like.
Well, I tried to do it with my elbow.
One quick out here in the fifth, and Tim's a hitter. Hit a 2-run home run his last time up.
I didn't know you guys were geometrically so perfect.
Fouled back.
I'll work on it, though. I promise.
1-1. Thames had been struggling, but he cranked a long home run with a man aboard in the third. Dunsing wasn't a part of that, but then he gave up a home run of his own in the fourth. Breaking ball on the outside corner, 1-2. Twins want Sean Henn to go down to the minor leagues and try to refine his control and be a little bit more efficient in getting left-hand batters out. There's a drive to right. Kadire playing him perfectly. Over to the gap, make the catch out, number 2. Tonight's Cabot Woodstein legendary performance on this date, 1980. Twins taking on the Texas Rangers. Kenny Landreau set a club record with 3 triples in one game. Kenny Landreau, who was most notably in Twins history, the longest hitting streak, 31 games. Here's a chopper wide of first.
He hit behind me that year. I was hitting third, and he was hitting fourth, and he was on fire during that streak.
Yeah.
Really. He was a good ball player, a good athlete. Never quite fulfilled the potential that I thought he was going to have.
Hey, were you involved? One strike here and a bouncer toward the right side. We'll talk about that later. Punto over to Morneau, and Dunsing has a good 5th inning, getting the Twins off the field in an early. Early runs in this game. We're at the Metrodome, opening game of a 3-game series, a 9-game homestand. Robbie Ince-Mikowski, Roy Smalley sitting in for Bert Blyleven, and Dick Bramer. 7 of those 9 runs going to Detroit, and Denard Span will lead off the Twins' 5th. Span shows bunt, takes a strike. Span, in his first inning at bat, hit a rocket that French was able to catch for an out, and then Span just hit a little chip shot over third and got the base hit he probably should have gotten in the first inning. And now hit number 2, driving it toward the gap. Anderson running over, cutting it off, and Span will be held to a single, and a nice play by the youthful Josh Anderson. So 2 hits for Span, the leadoff man on here in the 5th. And we have time for some trivia. Now, Bert and my record is intact, similar to Gehrig's streak broken by Ripken, who was the last pitcher to defeat the Twins in his first major league start. Oh, my.
Man.
Our record is in definite jeopardy.
Yeah,
here.
I've got butterflies here. I don't want to be the. I don't know that it actually counts if both.
You know, that's
if
a good
both
point.
of you
That's
aren't
a good
in the
point.
booth,
If we're
you know,
both not here, I don't. This is just kind of a freebie here.
Yeah, pretty much.
In other words, I haven't got a clue, and neither do you. In his first major league start. And another throw to first. Span gets back. How did you might even have been on the team? How did David Clyde do? That was before your time, or were you with the Rangers?
I was not. That was before my time. Wouldn't it be somebody? I'm going to bet it's a left-handed pitcher.
Okay.
I just think it's a
that'll narrow it down.
I mean, wouldn't it be somebody like Mark Burley or Sabathia? Wouldn't those guys?
That could be. Yeah. 1-0 to Harris. And lifted foul down the right side. 1-1. The Twins got their leadoff man on in the 3rd on Punto's walk and got him around to score. Zach Minor was in the minds of some a candidate to take over the spot in the rotation, but he's so valuable in the role he's in right now, a long relief role, and he's warming up perhaps to come into the game. And of course, if you're French, you notice that you got to get 5 innings in here to qualify for a win. This hit to the gap in left center, Granderson over, and he gets there. He can cover a lot of ground. Pretty well hit ball for the first out, and that'll bring up Mauer. Firestone leaderboard. Mauer should enjoy this 9-game homestand, given where he is on that leaderboard, hitting .458 here at the Metrodome.
Well, I tell you, we talked about whether anybody could ever hit 400 again a little bit in the pregame show. And my vote for anybody currently would have a chance to be this young man right here. I don't think he'll do it at being a catcher, but he has got such a great swing.
Granderson will play this one on a hop, and Mauer with a base hit. And you look at the scorecard now. The Twins and Tigers each have 6 hits, but there have been some lineouts along the way. It's not like French has been fooling people here.
And what I love about Joe is how long the big end of his bat stays in the strike zone, and he's able to let the ball get way back over the plate. He's comfortable letting it get back there over the plate and then just serving it to left field. And when you take your approach like that, when you're comfortable hitting the ball to left center, you're never going to get really, really fooled. And when you have as much talent as he does and see the ball as well as he does and as quick as he is, then and you're not getting fooled, you got a chance to get a whole bunch of hits.
Morneau takes outside, ball 1. One strike to Morneau. Off-speed pitch that just teased Morneau into swinging, trying to jerk it into the upper deck.
It just goes to show. I'm just amazed. And French is throwing 85 or 86, maybe humping up at 87 miles an hour with his fastball. And yet his off-speed pitches and his location are slow enough and good enough where he's getting big league hitters out.
And a big swing and a miss in the fastball. Morneau muttering to himself after missing that pitch in the inner half. Time for the Quest high-speed pitch, brought to you by Quest High-Speed Internet. Slowly long gone, and French wobbling here in the 5th.
And that 89 might have come in the first inning. I've been watching. He's been throwing 86. He threw that one by Justin with 86 miles an hour.
Just off the outside corner. Very close to a called third strike. Got a shot at Jim Leland, and you can almost imagine if French does not get Morneau here, Leland coming to the mound, not taking the pitcher out, but just reminding him of the gravity of the situation here, a couple outs away from his first major league win. And now Laird will make a trip to the mound. He's got Minor warmed up.
Well, Jimmy Leyland wants this young man to get his first major league win, but he doesn't want it so badly that he's going to let this win for him and the ball club get away. He's going to make the decision when Kadire gets up there who the best guy is for the situation. And if it's not French, it's not going to be French in Jimmy's mind.
2-2 to Morneau. 3-2. And how does Morneau take that pitch? That looked very close to strike 3-2, a little low.
I think it must have been off the plate. Sometimes you take a pitch because you can't hit it. He just made a really, really good pitch, and you're just lucky there that it was either just off or it was called incorrectly.
Foul tip, and Morneau strikes out for the second time. 2 down. This one really hurts because the strikeout comes, and Jim Leland is already motioned for Zach Minor.
I think there are times in a season and in a series when the manager says, I have to have this win. And Jim Leland knows that his club's not scoring an awful lot of runs, and he needs at least one win in this series, and he's going to get it. He's going to make sure he gets it.
Browse one out short of qualifying for a major league win, and Jim Leland makes the move, bringing in Zach Minor
with a 5-run lead is what you're getting at.
This is game 79 for the Tigers, but for Jim Leland, it's almost like it's game 159. Here's Minor facing Kadire. And the first pitch, strike.
As I started to say when we went to the break, I really believe there are times when a manager, times during the season and during a series, where a manager says, I have a chance to win this game, I must not let it get away. His club has not been scoring a lot of runs. They've got 7, and he does not want to see a big inning. I believe, Dick, that if he believes that if he can get this win, he must not get swept here in the Metrodome. So if he can get this win, the whole series is looking better, and he's just not going to let a 5-run lead dissipate when his club has not been scoring runs.
And he was swept here in May. The Tigers, the first time they were here, had a 3-game lead, and the Tigers swept them and got into a first-place tie. And now Minor falls behind 2-1.
If they win one of the 3 games here, then he leaves here with a 2-game lead. If they get swept, it's tied.
Right.
So I think he's saying, when my club's got a 5-run lead, I want this young man to get his first major league win, but I have to win this game first, and I can't let Michael Kadire get the game any closer against a left-handed pitcher.
And now Minor misses with 3 straight, and it's 3-1 with Creedy on deck. Kadire did hit a ringing double against French in the second, and hit a 2-hopper to Inge in the third. And maybe not so much the hits. There were 6 of those, but the Twins hit some rockets caught by infielders and outfielders throughout French's outing.
Right, and managers noticed that.
Tap foul, and it's 3-2. So now 2 away. And the Twins, who were able to get one back in the third, another one in the fourth, got a leadoff single. Pair of hits this inning, and Span at second, and Mauer at first will be able to take off early. French got Morneau and then left the ball game with 14 outs recorded, needing 15 for the win. 3-2 to Kadire. And Kadire protects the plate. Flares at foul with the runners going. Minor has made 4 starts, but you want to put Minor in the role that Matt Guerrero has been in for the Twins over the years. They've been reluctant to move him into the rotation because they need somebody to pitch multiple innings in a game like this. Span was headed towards third, and Minor spun back to take a look, but there wasn't an infielder at second base.
Had that been an actual pickoff play where an infielder was paying attention, I think they'd have had it. Bernard was ready to go, but it was just spur of the moment thought by the pitcher.
And Kadire on a pitch running up and in, almost got hit in the chest. The ball came right in on the handle of his bat.
Good battle by Michael. Here's a ball running in on him. The pitch before was right on the outside corner that he fouled off. We've seen how much easier it is to hit balls in the middle of the strike zone. And boy, when you get balls on both sides of the corner, both sides of the plate, on the corners of the plate, it's the same at bat. It's hard.
And now Polanco, the second baseman, shuffles towards second, but Span doesn't bite. Kadire with 34 walks against 55 strikeouts. Chopper to short. Santiago has it and throws low, and Cabrera digs it out at first. A great play by the first baseman Cabrera to end the inning, and the Tigers maintain a 5-run lead. historic moments.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
It was July 4th, 1939, when a dying Lou Gehrig delivered his famous speech. And this weekend, Major League Baseball is honoring that moment in an effort to raise awareness and money for ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, otherwise known as Lou Gehrig's disease. And tomorrow to the Twins-Tigers game, a local touch. Here's a drive to right off the bat of Inge. Denier there. Kent Herbeck, who lost his father Ed to ALS, will recite Gehrig's speech before the game. So it'll be a really memorable moment, I know, for Kent and the Herbeck family. One down. Inge retired in the 6th. One footnote that was the Grand Casino game reset. The Tigers getting a couple of home runs to open up a 5-run lead. One footnote linked to the Twins organization regarding that famous speech. That speech was made, obviously, at Yankee Stadium. The team that was in town for that speech on the 4th of July, the Washington Senators. Josh Anderson takes down and away a ball 1-1. And the backup catcher for the Washington Senators, who was along the baseline as Gehrig delivered that speech, was longtime Twin scout Angelo Giuliani. And Angie would tell stories about being on that field for that memorable speech. And just hearing Angie tell that story would give you goosebumps.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps having you tell me that Angelo told you the story. That's amazing.
1-2 to Josh Anderson. And up high, 2-2.
Was a great fellow.
And it's all linked together somehow when you consider that who was the scout that signed Kent Herbeck? It was Angie Giuliani. 2-2 to Anderson. Fouled away. Anderson with the first big blow for the Tigers today. And the first pitch he saw from Kevin Slowey, he whacked a 2-run triple into right center field. Anderson had been really struggling offensively, but he got a big hit to get this series started on the right foot for the Tigers. Half swing. And appeal, and it's a full count. Laz Diaz, a third base ump. Chuck Merriweather at second, Mike Riley, the crew chief, at first, and Eric Cooper behind the plate. And Dunsing comes inside to get a strikeout. Dunsing's only given up one hit, but it was a home run from Laird, the next batter. Aflac trivia question. And a tough challenge, but I have a feeling eventually we'll get credit for a correct answer. You said a left-hander. I'm going to say it's a right-hander.
Well, I'm guessing.
And you did say Mark Burley.
I said Mark Burley.
You did it.
I held up my end of the bargain here. Bert would be proud of me.
All right, Mark Burley. Outside a ball. So our record of correct trivia answers goes back fully 12 years. How long did it take Ripken to break Gehrig's streak? It was 15, 16 years, right?
The streak that I never thought would be broken.
Was that your answer in the pregame debate?
No, because I saw it broken in my lifetime. I figured it'd be done again. I mean,
Ripken's streak.
Yeah, well, even so. I mean, I didn't think that Gehrig's 1900 and some would be broken.
And here's another one that I think will never be broken. Ricky Henderson's record for stolen bases, over 1,400 stolen bases. How is anybody going to break that?
That's a great point. I can't imagine that happening again.
Bouncer up the middle. Harris waits and fires, and Dunsing has another 1-2-3 inning doing his part. See if the Twins can get back into this game. And Delman Young driving one just over the wall in right. A frost brewed Coors Light freeze can. That was run number 2 for the Twins, but they still find themselves down by 5. It'll be Creedy, Young, and Gomez facing Zach Miner in the 6th.
And the Twins would sure like to get something going here against Zach Miner and not have to see Zamaya and Rodney with 5 runs down.
Fouled back, a strike. Well, the Twins have left 6 men on. The Tigers have left just 1 on. So you subtract 6 from 1. You end up with, just a second, 5. And what's the run differential? 5. Creedy with a couple of fly balls to center field. One of them hit on a line to Granderson. That's hit well to left, and Creedy's just hit his 25th career home run against Detroit. One thing about Creedy's home runs, when they leave home plate, there's no doubt.
Most of them you don't have to think about, wonder whether they're going to get out of here. They get out in a hurry. Talking to Joe around the batting cage today, he said his back is really feeling pretty good, better than he really had any business thinking it would after 2 surgeries coming back this first year. The way he turned on that pitch, you can tell it's not bothering him at all.
And now Young with a ground ball single to left. Young's reached all 3 times, and the Twins start the 6th with a flurry. Miner just giving up his 5th home run of the year. You'd expect that, a sinker baller, and Miner is that. Here comes Carlos Gomez.
Sinkers that don't sink go a long ways,
Yeah.
Dick. They really do. And every once in a while, a sinker baller throws out one that doesn't.
Gomez 0 for 2, a liner to third, his first time up. Now a chopper to short. They're going to have a tough time getting it out. They get Young at second base. They would not have gotten Gomez at first. So a chopper, and Santiago, I think, made the only play he had.
You have to know who's on the bases and who's at the plate, and you're right. There's no chance to get Gomez at first base. So you got to hope you can get Delman at second.
Here's Punto, walk and a run scored, and a pop-up. And Punto takes just outside a ball. When this team a few years ago caught the Tigers and passed them on the last day of the season, they got great production from the bottom of their batting order. Bartlett was down there. Punto was down there. They rolled it over. Luis Castillo, guys like that had a great, it really didn't make any difference where an inning started. You had a threat to get some speed on the bases right away. Outside 2-0. That's why the Twins need Punto to hit better than .210, and they need Gomez to do better than what he's been doing.
In today's game of baseball, you need balance up and down the lineup. You can't have virtual automatic outs hitting 8th and 9th. You just can't. There's too much parity, and you just can't have automatic outs. And that was you're right. That was a big part of those Twins teams lineups, were the ability for those guys to start rallies, prolong rallies, bring energy to the crowd and to the team. It's a little bit different feel now. This Twins lineup is hitting the ball out of the ballpark with regularity, and they don't have the any piranha-like qualities at all.
That's the irony. Now they've got such a strong presence in the middle of the lineup, and where they are struggling is at the very top and at the very bottom.
Yeah, those guys you're looking at right there, they can really thump it. And the addition of Joe Creedy has helped a lot. Michael Kadire being back, that's really, really made 1 through 7 quite good. But these guys down here have to do this. They have to get on base. They've got to get walks if they're not hitting. They got to figure out a way to be part of that offense.
If Jim Leland was running out of patience with Luke French after 4 2/3 innings, I suspect he's quickly getting there with 2/3 of an inning from Zach Miner. He has faced 5 men and retired just 2 of them. Brandon Lyon warming up, and Futeni, newly called up by the Tigers, a side-arming left-hander warming up. Here is Span, a line drive and a pair of hits. Outside ball 1.
So far tonight, the Twins have had some opportunities. They've not been able to get the big hit or 2 in the middle of a big inning. They've hit some balls hard. They've not been able to get that one hit that really started the runners circling the bases.
They left 2 on in the 2nd, scored a run, but left 2 on in the 3rd, left 2 on in the 5th, and now a great chance with 1 run already up on the board here in the 6th to put up one of those magical crooked numbers. Just 1 for 8 with men in scoring position. Span trying to improve that number. That is a fair ball down the line. Gomez scores. Punto coming home. Span to 3rd. And the Twins get that big base hit from Denard Span.
Is it just me, or does Denard Span hit a triple just inside the first baseline in many, many huge situations? I mean, of course, the big White Sox game, big comeback that you called so well. We see that over and over again, but it just seems like Denard Span has the ability to hit the ball down the right field line just inside the bag and just out of the reach of a diving first baseman with amazing regularity.
3 hits for Span, who told me before the game tonight he feels better now with the day off and everything else, and he's felt in quite some time, and he's got a 3-hit game to back that up. Here's Harris, infield back up the middle, and he drives it to right. Hit well. This one's back. Off the glove of Anderson. Span will score. Anderson falls down. Harris to 3rd. He'll be held. It's a 1-run game. Back-to-back triples in front of Mauer and Morneau. Here comes Kevin Rand, the Detroit trainer, to check on Anderson, who may have turned an ankle or a knee on the warning track. Again, these corner outfielders for the Tigers playing for the first time here, and I think we saw that in evidence as Anderson tracked that ball.
He really didn't go after it well, did he, Dick? It looked like he was kind of coasting after the ball, like he had it measured, and the ball just kept carrying. Looks like maybe he landed hard on the back of like his scapula or something. Brendan Harris hits this ball a long way.
You know what he did? He hit one of the posts out there. He hit one of the padded posts.
Oh, he sure did.
Right there. And there's padding on him. You can see Anderson wincing as he goes after the ball. That he was able to pick himself up and even retrieve that ball is somewhat remarkable.
That's a tough kid right there. Most of the time you run into the wall out there, there's a lot of give. We've seen almost trampoline-like, but there are posts that hold up the fence, and even though they're padded, they do not give.
Middle relief, an Achilles heel for just about every team in baseball. And Leland coming to the mound. Zach Miner with a very disappointing outing. The tying run at 3rd with 1 out. And Joe Mauer coming to the plate. knee, who was just called up on Sunday, will try to get a couple of awfully big outs here in the sixth. And the two Tiger pitchers, Miner on the left, French on the right, wondering what happened to that 6-run lead. Mauer takes a look at the side-arming lefty and takes strike one.
Two real good hitters back-to-back in here against left-handed pitching. An equalizer they've never, once again, a lefty they've never seen before.
Hey, nobody's seen it.
Well,
guy's from Taiwan, the first Taiwanese player in Tiger history. One strike to Mauer. Driven to center. Harris setting up for the tag. Coming home. Granderson's throw. Not in time. We are tied at 7. Mauer took a look at one and got his business done on the next one.
I'm telling you, there just is no future with throwing a pitch. I don't care if you're right-handed, left-handed, throw it through feet. You cannot throw the ball out over the plate to Joe Mauer. I really believe if every pitch were right there, he'd hit 740.
So the Tigers had 2 6-run leads, and it's all gone.
Where did it go?
Here's Morneau. New ball game, and the Twins for the second time this year have come back against the Tigers down by 5 or more. Morneau with a huge swing at a pitch left up and in. And Morneau a couple of times here tonight, I think, has missed pitches he'd love to see again.
Yeah, he just missed that one.
One strike. And knee left another one up, and Morneau fouled that. How did you
Now
not?
you say that. Is that his first name or his last name?
That's his last name.
That's his
knee.
name.
And
You're sure?
That's what says it on the back of his jersey.
Well, but you know, in Asia, they say their last name's first a lot. You know,
they do.
Yeah, they do.
2 strikes. And Morneau, I think, getting more and more frustrated with every swing. How did you not? I mean, how did you compose yourself? You must have been in that situation where you've had very hittable pitches, and you don't want to give in to the pitcher and let him know how frustrated you are.
It was really hard because you get a hanging pitch like you got the first time, or a fastball to the money. You knew that you just missed it. And you think, I may never get that again. Miss it back.
Bounce to the right side. It'll end the inning, but the Twins come up with that crooked number. 5 times they cross the plate. 7-7 as we go to the 7th. Harris with a triple. 7-7, and now here's Santiago starting the Detroit 7th inning. Strike one from Brian Dunsing, who has seen his role change considerably.
He's gone from long man, just hold him down, to pitching in a tie game in the 7th inning.
And the Twins, of course, have bullpen activity. Santiago, a bouncer to short and a fly to right. To short left. Span, Gomez, and who caught it? That's the third time in the last few ball games that we've had a near collision and miscommunication in that left center gap. One down in the 7th. Here's the Dodge game summary. In the 2nd inning, Anderson started the scoring with a 2-run triple. Then in the 3rd inning, another 3-run inning for Detroit. Thames with a long home run to left field. The Tigers had a 6-0 lead. Joe Creedy with a home run starting the 6th. And again, that started a 5-run inning. Span tripling. Granderson tried to bunt his way aboard, and Dunsing, fielding his position, throws him out. And the young left-hander gets a couple of quick outs here in the 7th.
He has done a terrific job. He made the one bad pitch to Thames, who hit a long home run, but I think that kind of shook him up. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm in the big leagues. I can't just throw it up there because I'm out there." He makes a nice play here, almost bobbles it, gets his composure, and throws Granderson out. But other than that one pitch, which actually turned out to be, I think, kind of a good little shock treatment for him, he has been outstanding.
2 down. Polanco, Cabrera, Thames, right-handed hitters due up next, and Bobby Keppel has been warming up and presumably is ready to come in, but Dunsing has gotten a couple of quick outs here, so now
I was going to say
they're going to come out. Right.
He was just buying a little time till Keppel said he was ready. Here's another young man that has really, really acquitted himself well coming out of the bullpen. Keppel was terrific.
What do you guess? 30, 35,000 here. They're going to give Dunsing a huge ovation as he comes off the mound.
He pitched really, really well, kept the Twins in the game until the Twins were able to come back and tie it. You really have to have guys like that come out of the pen and hold the club down, so it gives you just one number to look at as you're trying to come back. He pitched great. You know, Gardy was saying before the game, Twins manager Ron Gardenhire, saying he loved Dunsing's stuff when he saw him in spring training, liked his arm, and really liked the way he competed. And we saw evidence of both of those things tonight. He was throwing a lively fastball. He threw breaking balls in off counts. Competed real hard. Showed good stuff. Everything Gardy was talking about. He pitched just really, really well.
1-1. Bouncer to third. Right to Creedy. The Tigers go down 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. By Dodge, live strong, live bold, live now. Dodge, grab life. And by Aflac, we've got you under our wing. All right, well, I'll let you do it. Go ahead,
okay.
Roy. It's not working.
It's not working. And those were good circles I was making.
It needs the master's touch.
I guess.
That's our Mountain Dew, a fan of the game there, asking to be circled. We're sorry, but we can't figure it out. We'll get her straightened out by Sunday, perhaps. Well, the Twins have come back from 2 6-run deficits, 6-0 and 7-1. Now Brandon Lyon will come out of the Detroit pen to try to get the Tigers off the field as quickly as the Twins were taken off the field. Lyon, a veteran reliever, closer experience. He's had pretty good numbers, has really been stingy with hits. An opponent batting average of just .211. And as Detroit relievers go, you'd have to call him a soft tosser.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing wrong with his fastball, but when you are in a bullpen with Zamaya and Rodney and Ryan Perry before he was sent down, who could throw it 100. This guy's a finesse pitcher. He'll face Kadire, Creedy, and Young, 3 right-handed batters.
But as you said, he's been a closer. He knows how to close out games. He knows how to be in big situations. I think you'd love to have a guy like this as a setup type guy for the hard throws.
Kadire pops the first pitch back. Laird back for a look. It hits the speaker. It's a dead ball. 1 strike. The attendance tonight is exactly 33,368. We're wondering whether it was 30 to 35, and it was somewhere in between. Yeah.
It's exactly between 30 and 35.
Kadire, Creedy, and Young, and those 3 batters have a hard double and a pair of home runs. And a called strike, 0-2.
It's really made a big difference getting Michael Kadire back in the lineup on an everyday basis, being healthy.
Just off the plate.
Even when he's not producing game in, game out, his presence there, he's such a tough out. He's such a tough hitter. And his presence in the lineup, he gets a lot of big hits, but he also just has really, really good, hard at-bat, tough at-bats.
Snap bat, it'll work out just fine. The barrel, the splintered end of the bat ends up at the feet of Inge, and the ball just flared over the head of Santiago for a leadoff single. Really
hard to quantify how what a benefit it is to have the same guys. As you see, that's deep in the kitchen right there. That's what you call getting in somebody's kitchen. Michael's strong enough to muscle the ball over the shortstop's head, but it's really hard to quantify what a benefit it is to have the same 7 guys or through 1 through 7 hitters against right-handed and left-handed pitching in there every day.
Creedy right to Inge, and a tailor-made round the horn double play, 2 down. So Creedy hit a hard 2-hopper right at Brandon Inge. And Lions only thrown 5 pitches and picked up 2 quick outs. Here's Delman Young. Young with a key base hit in the 5-run 6th, a solo home run in the 4th, and he drew a walk in the 2nd. So a good night for Young. He averaged up to 264. Ron Gardenhire said of Young, the interleague part of the schedule came at a bad time for Young, because just before that period of inactivity in the National League ballparks, it looked as if things were starting to fall together for Delman Young offensively.
I had talked with batting coach Joe Vavra about that right before they went an interleague part of the schedule, and he said, and Joe and I talked hitting a lot, and he said, you're going to like what Delman's doing here. He's doing some different things. He's really working hard, and it really was starting to fall together. It was the same time that Gardy also had a little talk with Delman, told him how important he was, how much they needed him on the team.
Drives it to left. It's hit well, back and hard off the wall. The ball caroming to Granderson. Young has 3 hits, and he's hit the ball hard 3 times. And the only man that Lyon has gotten out, Creedy spanked his ground ball fairly hard.
That's a Delman Young swing right there, and he's making a little move back. I was talking about him getting behind the ball, and that little move, lean back in his swing, I think it really, really helps him get through the ball. But the swings he's had tonight are the best he's swung at the baseball here, I think, in over a year.
Here's Gomez. Inside, and he backs away, ball 1. Gomez hit the ball hard his first time, lining out to third. Then a pop-up to second, and a ground ball to short. Left-hander Bobby C. warming up. With Gomez, switch hitter Punto, and then a lefty Span due up. 2-0. I have no idea how this game is going to turn out, but I'll bet you Jim Leland will spend some time addressing the 2 walks that Nick Punto drew, the number 9 hitter. Punto struggling offensively, and what they did to allow the Twins to come back. Absolutely.
Managers hate walks at all times, but they hate walks late in the game in the 6th inning or beyond with a 5-run lead.
Check swing. A foul tip called, and it's 2-1. White Sox leading the Royals 5-0, bottom of the 8th. Matt Guerrero warming up to maybe pitch the 8th inning here. 2-1 to Carlos Gomez. Ground ball hit to short. Santiago has it. And now over to Cabrera to end the inning. We head to the 8th, tied at 7.
I don't think that anybody will hit in 57 straight games. I think somebody may have a chance to hit 400 before they hit in 57 straight games and break Joe DiMaggio's record. You can go 0 for 4 during some 56-game stretch and still hit 400. If you go 0 for 4 in your 47th game, you're toast. You've got one chance in your life to hit in that many straight games. I just don't see anybody ever doing that.
Deep fly to right, Kadire back. Now playing the bounce, and Cabrera will open the 8th with a double against Bobby Keppel. A high fly ball, and now the ball rolling to Maurer. A high fly ball, and Kadire played it back to the wall and realized he wasn't going to catch it. And Cabrera starts the 8th with a double.
This man can really hit. I said it before. I think it's even more amazing for him to be hitting .330 with 16 home runs and a pretty good pitch from Bobby Keppel.
Pitch was down out of the strike zone.
Yeah, that's a good pitch. I mean, you got to tip your hat to a .330 hitter that is that good and that strong, and with nobody hitting around him.
Well, Roy needs your help to win his debate against Rod Allen. You can text Smalley to 234-234. We'll announce the winner in our Quest Twins Live postgame show.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Detroit people texting here. I know Minneapolis people know how to text. I know Twins fans do.
You have to text Roy to that number. Swing and a foul. 1 strike to Marcus Thames.
Because I clearly won.
I don't know how anybody could argue that point.
No,
Who's going to hit 57 in 57 straight games? Here, Thames, who's a notorious pull hitter, will try to do just the opposite of what is his nature. Trying to get Cabrera at least to third base. Keppel knocks it down and throws him out.
Terrific play.
He says he's all right. He took a wicked one-hopper off the midsection to get the first out.
That's a terrific play by the pitcher. And even though they are not the best athletes on the field, that's a way to keep your body in front of it, stay with it, hold the guy at second, and get the out. That's a big out.
Look, it got him in the left forearm before it hit him in the midsection. So 1 out. And now here's Don Kelly. Kelly with an infield hit that triggered a 3-run second inning. Outside, ball 1.
You know, it's interesting. The decisions managers have to make during the course of a game, and I think that how they handle the pitching staff is the most important job that they have, and the most important skill. As we look at Ron Gardner, he had Matt Guerrero warming up to pitch the 8th inning if the Twins got a lead in the bottom of the 7th.
Fly to left, out number 2.
And so that's formulaic. If they get a lead at the end of 7 innings, he'll go to Guerrero and possibly Majadas if Guerrero gets in trouble for the 8th and Nathan in the 9th. Since the score was tied at the end of 7, send Bobby Keppel back out there because you don't know how long the score is going to be remain tied, and you got to save Guerrero and Majadas for a little bit. So it's funny how the game plays out, but those are the kind of decisions that managers have to make that don't show up in any box scores, that they really do show up in success at the end of the season.
And mindful of the fact that the Twins are carrying 11 pitchers, not 12 as most teams are, so they're in essence a man short in the bullpen. Anyway, Morneau will chase this down by the Tiger bullpen and come up a little short. You know, most teams now have 12. Some have 13. The Twins have been getting by now for the last week with just 11 pitchers. So in essence, there's one less option out there to begin with.
Right.
And now your starter's only gone 3 innings. And you're trying to patch things together. And as you said, in a tie game, we might be here till midnight tonight.
At that point, he doesn't know, and that's right. He's got it. I think he felt like he knew Bobby Keppel had another good inning in him. I don't think he has any problem having him pitch the 8th here. But if the Twins had a lead, that's not the formula. Is to go with Guerrero and Nathan.
A little bit low, and it's 1-1.
I really like the way Bobby Keppel goes at the strike zone and goes past and through hitters. He's got a good live arm. The ball's got movement. And he throws it up there and lets the movement take care of itself. He competes well, too. I think I like the way he's challenged the strike zone the 3 times I've seen him pitch here this week.
Well, he attacks the strike zone, and he gave up the leadoff double, but remember where the pitch was.
Yes.
It was a sinker down and out of the strike zone. It was just an all-star hitter. Ended up putting it in play for an extra base hit.
That's absolutely right. You know, these guys that hit in the big leagues, they're pretty good. That guy, Cabrera, at second base, is real good. And sometimes you just have to tip your hat. A guy hit it Guy's a good hitter, and he hit a good pitch.
1-2 to Inge. And it hit him. Got his jersey again. It's the second time that Inge will go to first, having been brushed by a pitch. And that'll bring up Josh Anderson. So
if he'd have been standing back there in the back of the box where he's supposed to, that ball wouldn't have hit him. It got to him too quickly.
And he didn't have his jersey
he didn't have it tucked in. That's right.
It was a quick trip to the mound with nobody warming up. And clearly everything you said is being, put into play here or not into play. There isn't a pitching change. There isn't someone warming up because this is a tie game. And the Twins have already had to use Dunsing. Now Keppel.
I think Guardia will probably get somebody up. Yep, and they're starting to stir around. He'll get somebody up now since there's a little trouble. But I think the main reason for that trip, number one, give the guys in the bullpen a little bit of time to get started warming up. But mainly, pitching coach Rick Anderson went out to Bobby Keppel and said, hey, you're throwing great. You made a good pitch to Cabrera. You've gotten 2 outs. Your fastball's moving. So you hit a guy. We had first base open. You're not in trouble here. Go after this guy. Make good pitches on this guy, and you're out of the inning.
And don't throw him what Kevin Slowey threw him in the third inning. Fly ball left field. Hit right at Denard Span. Keppel does the job again. A scoreless top of the 8th. And the Twins will send up Punto and then the top of the order.
Dome, we are tied at 7 thanks to a 5-run 6th inning for the Minnesota Twins. Do not miss the end of this game, and do not miss Quest Twins Live featuring the Toyota post-game wrap. We'll talk about the conclusion of this one. Somebody's going to win it. Hopefully the Twins pull off a run here in the 8th or the 9th inning. Handling young pitchers is our instructional tonight with a former infielder and a former catcher. Tim Laudner tonight will take you through what it's like handling a young pitcher, plus reaction from both managers, Jim Leyland of the Detroit Tigers and Ron Gardenhire of the Minnesota Twins. Guys, back to you for the thrilling conclusion of this one.
Thank you, Robbie. Nick Punto swinging away at the first pitch and lifting it foul over the Twins dugout. Punto twice has walked. Both times he scored. Breaking ball that clips the outside corner, 0-2. And if Lyon was told anything in advance of this inning, it was probably throw strikes to Nick Punto. And Punto drops it to left field.
Get down, get down, get down.
And caught by Kelly streaking in. One down. Home Depot doing more on defense. Michael Kadire with a long run into the corner and a nice reach and a catch.
All the way to the line. He thinks the ball is going to be in the corner, and it comes back on him. He makes a good catch. Bobby Keppel keeps the ball in front of him on a hard smash by Marcus Thames. That's a huge out last inning. Help him get out of that inning.
Here's Span. 3 hits, 3 well-hit balls. Nice bunt. Safe. No, he's safe at first. The ball wasn't caught by Cabrera, and here comes Leland to talk about runner's interference. The out call was made by Mike Riley, anticipating the catch. And there'll be a heated argument here about where Span was as he was running down the line. And Riley will talk with Eric Cooper.
And there will be a heated argument if it changes the other way, believe me.
Just assuming that this call stays, just a quick note about what Riley is doing here with Cooper. This is exactly what Ron Gardenhire wanted done in Kansas City when he wanted help from the umpiring crew.
And I couldn't believe that he didn't get it. And I heard your interview with Steve Palermo, whom I think I have a great amount of respect for, but I just think that whole thing was wrong. I think you ask for help and you get the play right. The most important thing, in my view, is to make sure that to the best of the umpire's ability, you get the play right. And if only one guy saw it and he calls it a certain way, then that's it. But he's got to be willing to ask for help.
And now Leland getting close to the point of ejection here. What Steve Palermo said was that in a situation like this, it is in this case, Eric Cooper, the home plate umpire's prerogative to come to Mike Riley and say, no, I saw it differently.
Yes.
Rather than the Leland, the manager, coming out and say, hey, ask for some help. See if somebody else. And let's take a look at Span sprint up the line here. He clearly ran inside the baseline.
Yes, he did.
He started down the line and then veered well into fair territory. Right there.
And the question there will be if the umpires felt like that his path to the base interfered with the throw. If the ball didn't hit him, then the umpire can say there's no interference.
An error has been ruled, presumably to the pitcher. So Span is aboard with 1 out. No, the error charged to Cabrera.
Yeah, I think he just missed it. And the other thing that happens is the umpires are taught to listen for watch the base where the runner's foot will hit and listen for the ball hitting the glove. That's the way they make a call at first base. Which sound and sight do they basically hear first?
Harris takes a strike. Did the
and
ball
umpire
hit
Mike
Span?
Riley didn't wait until it was in, but let's see if it hit him. No, he just fanned it. He just missed the ball. And I think what happened is I think Cabrera was distracted by the runner and just fanned the ball.
Or did it hit the back of Span's elbow?
Well, I think it may have after it passed his glove, Cabrera's glove. I think Jimmy Leland has a great argument there, but that is an umpire's judgment call.
Well, another topic you'll hear about from Jim Leland on our West Twins Live postgame show. Span started down the line, and of course you have to be partially in fair. The base is in fair territory, but in that case, it sure looked as if Span veered.
There's no question that he veered into where he should not be. There's no question in my mind that he did that.
2-1 to Harris. And Span checked it first. A possibility here for the Twins to send Span. Harris
I think so. I think this is the perfect count and perfect guys at the spots here. Got a guy on first that can run well. Guy at the plate that should be able to make contact. A 2-1 count where chances are against a pitch out. It's a good time for a hit and run.
Hit right at the second baseman. And it's a 4-6-3 double play to end the 8th inning. We go to the 9th, tied at 7. delivered. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Jim Leyland has spent most of the inning break talking it over with Eric Cooper and Mike Riley. Not sure he's any more satisfied with the result. Bottom line is the Tigers got a double play ball. The runner was erased. And another bottom line, Span has been now given his 4th hit of the night.
Which I think goes to the ball, just him just beating the ball. I think Cabrera just fanned it and he beat the ball.
Gerald Laird, the hitter, and Joe Nathan, the pitcher. Twins have the luxury, if you will, of bringing Nathan into this game because there no longer would be a save opportunity. So you can get your closer in, and the Tiger closer, Fernando Rodney, is warming up now in the event the Tigers score a run against Nathan. Laird, Santiago, and Granderson due up against Nathan. And over Laird's head, 1-1.
Another one of those decisions that a manager makes concerning his bullpen. People may wonder, why is Joe Nathan in the game with a tie score? The reason is because if Nathan were not put in the game here in the top of the 9th and the Tigers score a run and the Twins don't in the bottom of the 9th, the Twins lose and Nathan never even gets in the game. And the manager is not willing to have that happen in a big ball game, close ball game that Joe Nathan never got into the game.
Creedy charges, fires, got him, and the catcher goes into first with a head-first slide.
Well, that just proves it. If the catcher's going to slide head-first into first, Nick Punto has got to stop it. He has got to stop this. Now, you can't tell me that you don't slow down. He's slowing down as he can, and Laird's slowing down more than Punto, but both of them slow down. But just to finish with Nathan, if Nathan gets out of the 9th, then he can. The Twins can win the game in the bottom of the 9th. He can even pitch the 10th if Gardy wants him to. And so he actually has 2 innings with which to work with Nathan to get to have your best pitcher on the mound at the end of the game, and that's really why he's in there. If it goes past the 10th inning, then all bets are off. You go with whole staff. Just whoever's out there best you can.
1-0 to Santiago, now 2-0. One of the things that makes it a home field advantage. You can use your closer in a situation like this in a tie game, and the visiting team can't. 2-0 to Santiago. Now 3-0, and rewind the tape here, and Nathan threw one over the head of Laird. Now he falls behind the number 9 hitter, and Twins number 9 hitter Punto walked twice and scored twice. Nathan doesn't want to do that here to Santiago. Right down the middle. Nathan in his career has been dead letter perfect in save situations. He's 27 for 27 against Detroit. But this not a save situation. Pretty good month of June, and then you tack on July and what he did in getting a 1-out save on Thursday. Can't pitch any better than Joe Nathan has done over the last 18.
I was just going to say before we saw that graphic, it has appeared to me watching him that he's getting stronger as the season has progressed.
First 3 were balls, next 3 were strikes. 2 down.
He's throwing his breaking ball, 2 kinds of breaking balls over for strikes, and I thought in St. Louis and Kansas City especially, he had Great fastball. Fastball I have not seen for a while. Here's another one. That's tardy right there. He cannot catch up with that one.
And now Granderson tried to bunt his way aboard last time. Singled and scored in the third. Also walked in the fourth. Breaking ball just off the plate. Good numbers against Nathan. Any batting average against Nathan that starts with a 3 is pretty good. That outside corner called, and Granderson doesn't like it.
I bet you there are a handful of people that have a 3 in front of their batting average against Joe. It looks like it's a little outside, but nice frame by Joe Mauer. His umpire's had a big strike zone all night, so there's no reason to think that he would not continue with that.
2-1. Mauer, Morneau, and Kadire due to hit in the bottom of the ninth. Nathan trying to get him there in a tie game. Twins out hitting the Tigers 13-7. Nathan grunting as he delivers that pitch fouled away by Granderson.
Nolan Ryan used to do that.
And as I said the other day, I don't know what the big deal is because I hear it all the time during the fantasy game.
I always knew it was a fastball coming when Nolan grunted. The problem was his fastball got there before the speed of sound.
2-2 to Granderson. And now a full count with Polanco on deck. Over 33,000 here tonight, and we've seen the Twins come back in a pair of 6-run deficits. Second 3-ball count of this ninth inning. Walked him. So Granderson and his speed aboard, and Polanco to the plate. Big series here, a big series next weekend with the White Sox. And anytime the Yankees come to town, it's a big series. It starts Tuesday night. The Twins will look to avenge their May sweep at Yankee Stadium. They host Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, Mariano Rivera, and everybody else that the Yankees will bring in here. Good seats still available. You can order tonight. TwinsBaseball.com or call 800-33-TWINS. Here's Polanco. Anderson a threat to steal. Nathan will need to pay some attention to him here. And Nathan erratic with his control. He's thrown 16 pitches to 7 strikes. Blanco with a double to right center, driving in a run in the third. Bluffed a steal, and Polanco backed away from a breaking ball, 1-1.
Joe looks like he has a good slider tonight. I think he tends to go to that pitch a little too often. Sometimes I think he doesn't like his fastball. There are some nights he doesn't like his fastball as well as others, and he tends to go to his breaking stuff a little bit.
What you have to admire about Nathan, he's obviously among the elite closers, but he is continually trying to reinvent himself and work on different pitches.
Yeah, he's primarily been fastball slider when he came to the Twins originally, and now he's got a pretty good overhand curveball that he'll throw every once in a while, and he's now even working on a changeup and has thrown it effectively.
1-1 to Polanco and a half swing. And a fastball up, and it's 1-2.
But you know what? It's still, everything starts with a fastball, and any pitcher, and especially a closer, has got to feel good about his fastball, that he has good velocity and that he can throw it for a strike when he wants to. If he's not feeling that way, or if he can't, the other pitches become less effective.
Tigers more apt to send Granderson now with 2 strikes.
Yeah, I think Granderson has been told to pick a pitch at this point. If he wants to go, he can.
There he goes. Pitches high. Mauer does not throw. Was Harris there?
Yeah, I think he just had a really, really good jump. Joe might not have had a great grip on the ball. Oh, he might have thought that Brendan actually did a nice job there. He waited a long time to make sure that the ball wasn't hit through. And if Joe had thrown that ball, Brendan would have gotten there. I don't know if Brendan looked like he might have gotten behind the umpire a little bit. Maybe Joe just didn't see him real well.
2-2 to Polanco with the lead runner, a speedy runner in scoring position. Flared foul. Nathan's had to throw 20 pitches, 10 balls, 10 strikes.
Here's where it's hard for a pitcher and a catcher. Joe just threw a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and Polanco was very, very late. I mean, he almost threw the ball by him. Polanco, a good contact hitter, is not trying to pull the ball necessarily, and so when he's that late on a fastball, you hate to throw him a breaking ball because it just speeds up his bat. I mean, he's already proven he can't hit your fastball, can't get around on the fastball. You don't want to just keep pumping fastballs in there, but a breaking ball will speed up his bat a little bit. So
2-2 to Polanco. Got him with a breaking ball. A cutter took a little off the fastball. Polanco locked up. Strike 3. Bottom of the 9th coming up in a tie game. Way to start this series and this 9-game homestand. Mauer, Morneau, Kadair lined up to face veteran left-hander Bobby C.
And isn't it funny? Managers will bring left-handers in to pitch against Mauer and Morneau. And Joe's hitting .350 against left-handers. Justin hits very well against left-handers, but Joe's hitting .425 against right-handers. You can't leave a right-hander in the pitch against him. And Morneau has big power numbers against right-handers.
Fastball up high to Mauer. C's numbers generally are very good, but they could be a lot better, except for his worst outing of the year, which came in the series finale here against the Twins. A third of an inning, 4 earned runs allowed. He's given up 9 earned runs this year, 4 of them in a third of an inning against the Twins. Fastball up high. In that game, Joe Creedy got the game-winning 2-run single. In this inning, Creedy is due to hit 4. (2-0) to Mauer. Got the game tied up in the 6th with a fly ball. 3-0 with Morneau on deck. See, with just 6 walks on the year in 24 1/3 innings.
Joe will be taken here. He might even take 3-1 if this is a strike, which it wasn't, but called.
3-1.
If that was a strike, it was the outer limit of the strike zone, down and away. He might even take here. I wouldn't be surprised either way. He's so comfortable hitting with 2 strikes.
Zamaya warming up in the Tiger pen. C may get Mauer and Morneau. Fly to left. Hit well. Kelly going back. Makes the catch right in front of the fence. Mauer nearly ended it with a home run to left. Remember, in the first series here, it was Clete Thomas playing left field who reached over the fence to pull a home run back from Mauer. And here Kelly made a nice catch on the track.
Got under it just a little bit. He didn't drive the ball like he has when we've seen him hit it out to left, but hit it a long way. Kelly got turned around, but made a nice recovery to find the ball inside the Metrodome here in the ceiling and make the catch up right at the fence.
Morneau 1 for 4. Strike on the outside corner. Some anxiety for C, but he ended up getting Mauer after falling behind 3-0. One and one. Big swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Morneau on a pace that would roughly put him at the 40 home run mark this season. No twin has hit 40 home runs other than Harmon Killebrew. Just off the plate, and it's 2-2.
And Justin will be a 40 home run guy some year, or maybe multiple years if he decides that that's what he wants to do. He's still learning as a hitter. He's become very, very accomplished, as I was saying earlier, and it almost doesn't matter. Once he gets past 25, he is so clutch at driving in runs.
Breaking ball, and Morneau flares it foul.
With any number of different kinds of hits, singles in left field, doubles in left center. He's just such an accomplished hitter that I really believe that the 40 number for him it's almost superfluous. It really almost doesn't matter. He's going to drive in 125 or 130. One year probably he'll be 40 and 140 or something like that. Just be lights out.
2-2 to Morneau. And flared down by the Twins bullpen. Second breaking ball in a row that C has given Morneau.
And Justin's in left-handed pitcher, 2-strike mode right now. This is where he's gotten very, very good. He doesn't try to pull the ball. He lets the ball get back on him. He's content to hit the ball to left field, as we're seeing, and just try to react to the ball.
Two and two to Morneau. For the third time tonight, Morneau strikes out against the left-hander.
Well, Bobby C pitched Justin really, really well. You can tell from the first 2 pitches that he wants to stay away. Here's a fastball, a great pitch on the outside corner, then he goes back out there again. At this point in time, Justin's thinking he's going to stay away. This one's on the outer part of the plate that Justin swings through, but there he's right back out there again before he comes with breaking balls. Now, this breaking ball here after staying away, and that puts a little doubt in Justin's mind. He's just battling the best he can. Now he takes a little bit more off it and throws it in a perfect spot.
Joel Zamaya will try to get the last out of the bottom of the ninth. Michael Kadire in the box on the first pitch. An off-speed pitch. Helmet high, ball one.
And thank goodness that was an off-speed pitch.
Joel Zumaya, who can throw over 100 miles per hour, comes in 1-0 to Kadire. That one clocked at the Dome here at 100. One and one to Kadire. At 101, it's fouled back. At Comerica Park last week, Zumaya was clocked at 104 miles per hour. And when asked about it afterwards, Jim Leland pointed out that it was a ball. And he said, I don't care how hard he throws. If he doesn't throw it over the plate, it's not a good pitch. 1-2 to Kadire. At that speed, I would imagine if you're a hitter, you don't so much see the ball coming in, you hear it.
You know, you have to get yourself, obviously, you have to get yourself started way early and just hope your hands can react. But your body gets started and you kind of swing where you think the ball is going to end up.
And a breaking ball, and Kadire's handcuffed and dribbles it foul.
We don't have enough spaces on our gun here at the Metrodome to go to 3 digits. It says 0-1.
1-2 to Kadire. Bouncer to short. Santiago over to Cabrera. And we'll have extra innings here, tied at 7. The Twins tied it in the 6th, and the bullpens have shut the other team down ever since. Matt Guerrero comes out of the Twins pen. Joe Nathan got through the 9th, and now Guerrero handed the ball in the 10th. Guerrero, the 4th relief pitcher used for the Twins. They have Maharis and Dickey left. The Tigers have used 5 relief pitchers. They have Rodney and Dulce left. Cabrera hit a fly ball double. Here's a first pitch grounder to Harris. And a quick first out here in the 10th. Cabrera has been struggling, the average coming down, and he had a largely unproductive June. He's one of the reasons why the Tigers have really struggled scoring runs, and right now he's 1 for 5. And we'll bring up Marcus Thames. Thames with a 2-run homer early. Twins bullpen had to pick up this game in the 4th inning. Short start by Kevin Slowey, second short one in a row. So far 6 1/3 innings for the Twins bullpen. 1 run and 2 hits. The hits, a home run by Laird and the double by Cabrera. Fouled back over our heads, 2 strikes.
Twins bullpen just continuing a streak of very, very successful pitching. They've had just been on a roll here for about a month, or maybe even a little more, but especially kind of defined by the last road trip that he was doing.
Up and away. 2 relievers down there and probably just 2 bags of seeds left down in the Twins bullpen.
If that.
They've gone through quite a few sunflower seeds out there. 1 and 2. And Thames ropes one to left. Span cuts it off and fires to second, holding Thames to a single. So Thames with a 1-out base hit, just the 3rd hit since the 3rd inning. And Ryan Rayburn will come in and pinch run for Marcus Thames. This is the designated hitter spot for the Tigers, so Rayburn will stay in the game technically until that spot comes up again. Here's Don Kelly. Kelly with a single his first time up, a 1 for 3 night, or 1 for 4 night, I should say. Andy Van Slyke coaching the first base box for the Tigers. Kelly with a nice catch in the bottom of the 9th on Mauer's fly ball.
He did make a good play. That could very easily have been one of those lose it in the dome hits for Joe Mauer when Kelly got turned around. Joe hit it right to the fence, but he was covered.
We saw a similar ball hit by Brendan Harris that was misplayed in right field, the other corner. Long hold and just barely getting back is Rayburn. A very close play at first, and Rayburn has jammed his right thumb. He was airborne right there trying to get back, and he jammed his thumb against the base.
I think he jammed it right into the ground. Watch this. He hits it right there. He jams it. He jammed it into the dirt, and then I think he jammed it a second time on the bag.
So Rayburn, one of 4 bench players for the Tigers, and he went into the base hard, and apparently will live to tell about it.
Watch his right hand go down into the ground right there. He bounces off it. I think it was the first contact with the ground.
Yeah. High pop-up, deep short left. Span coming in, Harris out, and it's Span with the catch. Brendan Harris has done a very good job at short for the Twins, but plays like that are an area of concern. He does not retreat on a pop-up like that, like Greg Gagne, for that matter, like Roy Smalley did.
Well, you know, you have to go out and get behind the ball. You have to assume as a shortstop that you're gonna catch it until you hear that left fielder call you off. And sometimes it does look like Brendan goes out there a little tentatively, like he's made up his mind the outfielder's going to catch it before we're absolutely certain that that's going to be the case.
Here's Brandon Inge. Has been hit by a pitch twice. At least his uniform has been hit by a pitch twice.
Of course, a couple of left fielders that I had playing with me at the Old Met, I went a long way for some.
I wanted to tell you, when we were at Wrigley Field, Lou Piniella, and I asked him what he remembered about the Metrodome, and he said, I lost a ball there once, and you may remember it too. You had to go out in the warning track and retrieve it when you were a shortstop for the Yankees.
I do remember that.
Well, Lou Piniella remembered it too. 1 strike to Inge. Fly ball to center. Gomez playing back by the warning track. Still coming in. Puts an end to the top of the 10th. Tiger killer Joe Crede will lead off the bottom of the 10th. slam. And now he'll lead off the 10th against Joel Zumaya. The Twins have beaten the Tigers 4 times this year. In all 4 games, Creedy has driven in the game-winning run. He'll be followed by Young and Gomez here. Inside, 1-1.
And he got him started tonight in the 6th.
The solo home run.
Rocket line drive to lead off the 6th inning. Started the big rally.
A little pop-up playable for Cabrera. 1 down. So Creedy retired, and we'll see how much more magic there is in Delman Young's night. Young walked his first time out. An opposite field home run on the 4th. Singled sharply to left in the 6th. And then a liner off the fence in left center for a double. On strike. Span has 4 hits. Young has 3. Jason Kubel will hit for Gomez unless Young ends the game here. One and one. Just off the corner. It's 2-1. Zumaya finished the 9th, given the task of pitching through the 10th. Nobody warming up in the Tiger bullpen. Fouled away, 2-2. White Sox shut out the Royals 5-0. They won yesterday to actually move ahead of the Twins by a half game in their pursuit of the Tigers. Twins right now in 3rd place, trying to cut the gap to 2 games between Detroit and Minnesota. 2-2 to Delman Young. Got him looking. He just missed a few pitches earlier, and then he found the outside corner there for out number 2.
I got to tell you, it does not look like a strike, but the umpire's been calling that pitch all night for every pitcher on the mound. And again, I mean, that ball's low for me, but he's been calling that.
Earlier, you talked about pitches that you can't hit, so
yeah,
I don't know how you're going to hit that.
No, you can't hit it. You might as well take it and hold.
100 miles per hour, knee high on the outside corner. Here's Kubel. Great fastball hitter for the Twins against a guy with a great fastball. And so what's he get? An off-speed pitch.
That punctuates your comment, Dick. He knows he's a great fastball hitter.
2 for 7 as a pinch hitter. Both pinch hits, home runs. There's the outside corner with another off-speed pitch.
Jason doesn't like it. He knows the ball looks like it's coming around the plate, but he's got one thing in his mind right now. I'm going to get a fastball down in the zone over the middle of the plate and see if I can get the bat head out on it.
Ooh.
Good swing there.
Clock at 101.
101 is getting up there in a hurry, Dick. I got to tell you, you just don't have much time.
1-2 to Kubel.
When a guy's throwing this hard, when you're a hitter, you really have to block everything out of your mind, except that you see a little tunnel where you think the ball's going to come into, and if it's there, you're hit. You can't think about anything else but getting the bat hit out in front.
And gets him with a breaking ball, darting down and in. So Zumaya with a clean 10th. So we'll head to the 11th. field, the Twins scored 5 runs to tie it. A couple of triples in the inning. Back-to-back triples by Span and Harris. Mauer finished off the comeback with a sacrifice fly, and we've been stuck at 7 ever since. Bottom third of the Tiger lineup. Anderson takes ball 1 from Matt Guerrero. Anderson started the scoring with a 2-run triple way back in the 2nd inning. Jason Kubel in left, and Denard Span moving over to center. Tapped foul, 1-1. A late afternoon game tomorrow, and then a regular 1 o'clock game on Sunday. One and 1 to Josh Anderson. Off-speed pitch that covers the inside corner. Bauer wanted it on one side of the plate. It drifted over the inside part of the plate in this at this time of the game. That's a little dangerous, isn't it?
That's a little dangerous.
Fouled over the Twins dugout. 1-2.
This time of the game, you really want to be throwing the ball where you're trying to throw it, if you can.
And Anderson has been struggling at the plate, but got a big hit early in the ball game. Guerrero trying to get him here, leading off the 11th inning. Got him on the outside corner. Right away.
Josh, I agree with you, but it's been a strike all night. Josh Anderson doesn't like it. He's still jawing with the umpire, walking back to the dugout, but that pitch right there has been a strike all night on both breaking balls and fastballs, on both corners at the lower edges of the strike zone.
So 1 down, and here's Laird. Guerrero starts him with a strike. Laird, sacrifice fly in the 2nd, solo home run in the 4th. Since then, a grounder to short and a bunt attempt where he was thrown out. Popped up. Mauer might have a play. 2 down. And that'll bring up Ramon Santiago. Santiago 0 for 4. A couple of outfield flies, a ground out, and a strikeout. Way out in front, strike 1. Santiago and former Twin Adam Everett splitting time at short. Everett having a good year, hitting .275. Santiago a little bit better than that, particularly as a left-handed batter. And 2 quick strikes from Guerrero. 17 pitches, 15 strikes for Guerrero.
And he's thrown every pitch that he has in the repertoire so far, and thrown it, except for the one pitch that you mentioned, thrown him pretty much where he's trying to throw him. He's been very effective.
0-2. And now 1-2. And the Twins trying to survive at least through this series, it appears, with a 6-man bullpen, and Guerrero the 4th reliever used. Fernando Rodney warming up, perhaps to pitch the bottom of the 11th. Bouncer to second. Punto to Morno. A 1-2-3, top of the 11th for Guerrero. course, with the Twins playing with 11 pitchers, that means they have an extra bench player. They've already used Kubel, who stays in the game. Busher will hit, and Tolbert, if necessary, will take over at an infield spot. Busher takes a fastball and a strike.
This is tough duty right here. Sit for 11 innings and then go up and get your hacks against 101.
1-1. Busher is a pinch hitter, 2 for 9. Zamaya got the last out of the 9th, all 3 of them in the 10th. After that high fastball, Busher does, and comes up empty. 1-2. Span and then Harris, and then if the Twins get a base runner or two, Mauer and Morneau. Down and in, 2-2. It's not just that he can hit it, the 100-mile-per-hour mark. He consistently meets or exceeds it. 2-2.
Yeah, he can rush it up there with, consistently. He's 98 to 101 every time he throws a fastball. And tonight so far he's been all at the plate, over the plate with it.
2-2 to Busher. Zamaya has thrown 25 pitches, 17 strikes. Twins hoping Busher can get aboard. Everything changes, of course, if your leadoff man gets on in a situation like this. Breaking ball wide, and it's 3-2. If Busher should reach, let's imagine he gets on. Tolbert will come into the game anyway. You've got a pinch runner and a good bunter in the on-deck circle and Span. So this is a big pitch here for Joel Zamaya. And he just blows Busher away, 1 down. And now back to the top of the order and Span.
That's just good old-fashioned low gas right there. That's just, I can't tell you how hard that is to hit. You just don't have any time to get the big end of the bat to that ball.
And now Span, who's got a run now of 4 straight hits, and he averaged up to 292. 3 singles and a triple that drove in a pair. One down. And strike 1 to Span. One and one. One thing Span has not done yet tonight is walk. So Vavra has been working with Span about doing what he just did, being a little more aggressive and swinging at pitches earlier in the count. And now 1-2.
That ball's just not a strike. That's too bad. At some point in time, even though he's been calling it the whole game, the strike zone expands so much where, I mean, you can't hit that pitch. It's not even like, well, that's just a pitcher's pitch. That's impossible at 100 miles an hour.
2-2.
It's funny how different umpires have different characteristics and see pitches differently. This particular home plate umpire, just the ball down and away on both sides of the plate, based on where he stands, he just sees that as a strike.
At that velocity, all Span can do is punch it foul to the opposite field. This will be the 33rd pitch for Zamaya. Full count.
And what I believe Denard can do is, I think that he can make contact with the ball, even foul pitches off. He's been very adept at doing that with people that throw less than 100, but I think he can do that, and he will not swing at a bad ball.
Drives it hard to right field. His 5th hit of the night. A great at bat. And he's aboard. And again, he said before the game today he felt better than he has in quite some time. And what better way to back that up than pick up 5 hits.
Well, here Denard gets a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, so he's able to pull it. Zumaya took a little off.
So Span aboard, and now Harris, who has 1 hit, but it was a big one. A fly ball triple off the glove of Anderson in right field. Tiger outfield, of course, playing very deeply now.
And I would look for a stolen base attempt. Sometime in this at bat, it's forced Zumaya to go to the quick step. Span being at first is forced him to go to the quick step. I don't believe he'll be as accurate in the strike zone with that delivery. And if he kicks higher, I think Denard will go.
Harris, a half swing, an appeal, strike 2. And as was the case in the 9th inning when Granderson was aboard and Polanco had 2 strikes, the Twins might be more apt now to send Span with 2 strikes on Harris. The other thought, of course, is Harris, if he strikes out, leaves Span aboard for Mauer, the on-deck hitter.
Yeah, I don't think he's going now. I think there's too much of a chance of a strikeout and throw out, and then you leave Joe on deck. I think they'll leave Denard where he is now.
Two strikes to Harris. Fouled away. Zumaya, very good in his role, a setup man. Some in Detroit think he eventually will be their closer. But he's pitched in 24 games, 26 1/3 innings coming in here. This, I would think, a rare situation where he's asked to pitch parts of 3 innings, and now this will be his 38th pitch. 2 strikes to the Twins shortstop. Inside. 2-2. Or 1-2, I beg your pardon.
You make a good point, Dick. Zumaya, I'm pretty sure, is not used to pitching close to 3 innings of work. It effectively takes him out of the ball game tomorrow for sure.
1-2 to Harris.
But as we were talking about earlier, this has been a game where both managers, but especially Jim Leyland, has managed like he really wanted to win this game. There have been a couple of 2 or 3 decisions that he made that have now gotten to the point where his only pitcher left is his closer, and the setup guy's gone almost 3 innings.
Another 1-2 to Harris. Slide step and a wild pitch will get Span into scoring position. On the 40th pitch of his outing, Zumaya uncorks a wild pitch.
I think that's the threat of Denard able to steal a base, even though I don't think they were going to have him run with 1 out and Joe Mauer on deck. They want to get Joe to the plate. But this delivery is just not his normal delivery. He rushed it. He got way out in front and just threw a slider about 59 feet long and about 5 feet wide.
2-2 to Harris with the winning run at second and 1 away. Chop foul. It was a good battle for Span. With 1 out in this inning, he ended up with a base hit, and now a good battle by Harris.
Very, very good battle by Brendan Harris. And you know, the other thing that slider to the screen does is it kind of takes that effectiveness out of the slider effectiveness out of Zumaya's mind. I would expect not to see another slider. I think Zumaya's going to stay with fastballs here, the runner on second, after throwing 1 to the screen.
2-2. A long look to Span and a bouncer to the right side. Polanco over to Cabrera, and Span moves to third.
And now especially I think it takes Slider out of the equation with the runner on third base.
Mauer coming to the plate, but his chances of hitting here might not be very good. In fact, we might see an intentional walk to both Mauer and Morneau to get Cuddyer to the plate. Leland coming to the mound to discuss strategy.
Jimmy Leyland will go out and tell Zamaya, we're not going to pitch to this guy. Then we got to decide whether we're going to pitch to Justin or walk him to load the bases and pitch to Cuddyer. And you got to tell me how you feel about pitching with the bases loaded. You got to be able to throw your good stuff over. If not, they'll probably pitch to Morneau. But Jimmy Leyland, I think, is telling Zamaya exactly how he wants him to pitch, and I'd be surprised if it's to Joe.
Mauer hitting nearly 400, Morneau hitting about 300, and all it takes here, of course, is a single to win the game for the Twins. And then you've just seen a wild pitch, and we've talked about the pitch count. Would you want Zamaya out there with no margin for error pitching to Cuddyer?
That was the thought in Leyland's mind. That's exactly what he was going over with him, and this shocks me right here.
At least on the surface, they'll pitch to Mauer. And Laird looked like he caught that in the webbing of his catcher's mitt. That ball had a little zip on the end of it.
See, with Zamaya, I don't think that Jim Leyland has the luxury to go out there and say, okay, pitch around this guy. You know, I mean, Zamaya's throwing it as hard as he can for the middle of the plate. So he's not the type of pitcher who's going to nibble around by design.
2-0. First two haven't been anywhere as close to the strike zone. And now they'll go ahead and intentionally walk Mauer. So it was see if you can get this guy to go fishing for something, and of course Mauer not have to do that. So Mauer will be there. And then the decision is, what do you do with Morneau? In the books as an intentional one.
Well, based on that, I would say they're going to pitch to Justin. Although Jimmy Leyland has been on record as saying he's not going to let Justin Morneau beat him in the past. But I can't believe they even threw two pitches to Joe with first base open.
3 years ago, Morneau hit a memorable home run against Zamaya, and he won't have the chance to do anything here. It'll be backed up with another intentional walk, and it'll be left to Cuddyer.
This is what I thought they'd do right from the start. And the gamble now is you're pitching to Michael Cuddyer with the bases loaded, and you've just thrown a slider to the screen, which would, if you do it again, game over. So that basically he's saying, I can load the bases, and Joel Zamaya can throw fastballs until he gets Michael Cuddyer out, and before he walks him.
Zamaya entered this game with 15 unintentional walks in 26 in the third inning. Now you do some quick math, that's about 5 walks per 9 innings pitch. That's not very good. And although these have been intentional balls here, 50 pitches thrown for Zamaya, a career high for him, and he's got to throw strikes here to Cuddyer, who has 2 hits on the night.
And if I'm Michael Cuddyer, slider is not anywhere in my mind. I just don't believe that Zamaya is going to feel real good about snapping off a hard slider here.
And a fastball at the knees. Cuddyer taking a strike.
In this situation, a hitter's got to make the strike zone be very, very small. Pick out a very small target. If it's there, rip it. If not, take it. That's the one you want to lay off there. That's at high 90s up there. That's hard to get the big end of the bat to.
Precisely the pitch that Morneau hit against Zamaya, a critical game in late August in 2006.
That was one of the most impressive at bats I've ever seen. He turned around 100-mile-an-hour high fastball
and pulled it. 2 strikes to Cuddyer. Winning run at third.
Slider to the screen now. Just try it.
A fastball. Cuddyer waves at it. The Twins leave the bases full and will go to the 12. in the 11th, but Zumaya put a 0 up, and now Jose Majares pitches the 12th. Curtis Granderson taking ball 1. Granderson, Polanco, and Cabrera. And Majares coming in a key spot in a tie game. High fly to right. Kadir trots in. 1 away.
Jose Majares has good stuff. Fastball and a slider. When he's throwing those pitches for strikes, he's very, very effective. He gets in trouble when he, A, doesn't get ahead of hitters, or B, leaves his breaking ball up in the zone. But he's a very, very good left-handed option late in the game. Normally setting up Joe Nathan in the 9th, not pitching in the 12th inning.
Majares has been particularly impressive against lefties. And now some righties, with Polanco taking strike 1. Left-handers hitting .083. 3 hits in 36 at-bats coming into the game. And right-handers hitting over .350 against Majares. Morneau will come over for a look, but it's back in the seats on a half swing.
He has a tendency to leave a lot of fastballs in the middle of the plate to right-handers, where I think he just sees the target against left-handers for both his fastball and his slider a little better for some reason. But he's made 2 good pitches to Polanco. And he's got him in a count now where he can work on it.
2 strikes. Down and in a ball. R.A. Dickey, the lone leftover relief pitcher for the Twins, behind Majares. Flip foul. Tigers scoring 3 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. And R.A. Dickey doesn't have anybody to talk to. He's run out of sunflower seeds.
So he decided to practice his yoga.
1-2. Placido Polanco. This ball wide.
Would Polanco be the definition of a pesky hitter to you?
Yeah.
He stands up there.
Well, how many guys
ruins good pitches time
Right.
after time until he gets a walker and he gets a pitch he can handle.
How many guys do you see who start the at-bat choking up a couple inches? He's got a bat with a huge knob on the end of it.
And he's got almost as much bat below his hands as he does above his hands, it looks like. Not as hard for him to get the big end of the bat on the ball because it's mostly big end above his hands.
And if he misses in the big end on one end, he's got a big end
well,
on
yeah,
the other
right.
end. 2-2.
I don't know why he needs that big knob. He's not anywhere near it.
And now up high, 3-2.
This is what he does best. He's very, very similar to Denard Span in this way. He has the ability to not swing at bad pitches, to make a pitcher throw the ball over the plate, where if it's in the middle of the plate, he's pretty good. If it's on the corners, he has the ability to foul it off.
Just 15 unintentional walks for Polanco and nearly 300 at-bats. Called third strike, and Polanco for the 2nd time in a row is called out by Eric Cooper. And Cooper pointing a finger to the dugout and saying, go, and now some words over his shoulder. And Leland came out to try to keep his second baseman in the game. Polanco thought it was above the belt.
And for my money, it was, but we'll take it.
Here's Cabrera with the bases empty and 2 out. Strike 1. Cabrera with a double off the fence in right field, leading off the 8th inning, but the Tigers never budged him from there.
Blanco's just dying to say one more thing. I know the feeling, but better not.
1-1.
It's hard to know where that pitch was. Well, it is the 12th inning. He's been back there a long time.
Cabrera with 16 home runs on the season. Almost all of them against right-handed pitching. He's only hit 2 home runs against lefties this year. 14 of his 16 home runs have been hit against right-handed pitching.
I like that. I don't like you bringing that stuff up.
Barry White trying to get the attention of his outfielders. 1-2. Maharis trying to pitch a 1-2-3 12.
Let's just keep this guy in the park and then we'll go from there. Good pitch there.
That's a breaking ball. Cabrera doesn't run well, and Mauer with a low throw, and he'll reach safely. Mauer in the last homestand had an even simpler throw down the line and threw short. This time, short and right into the runner. Morneau had to try to catch it between his legs. So Cabrera reaches on a strikeout.
I think I've only seen Joe make 2 bad throws in my life, and both of them on the same kind of play where he grabs the 3rd strike, he has plenty of time, and he aims the ball. You never see Joe aim the ball like that, except for those 2 plays that you just described.
One thing, it looked like the ball actually got there on the fly, not necessarily in the dirt, that it got out of Mauer's mitt. Runner at first, 2 outs, and the pitch fouled back. And this was a much tougher throw than the other one. The other one was on the first base side of home plate, and he had pretty much a straight shot to Morneau and just flipped it short. So Maharis strikes out Cabrera, but Cabrera aboard anyway for Rayburn, who came in the game as a pinch runner after a single by Thames in the 10th. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Following Guerrero, who seemed to throw nothing but strikes. 16 pitches, 11 strikes for Maharis. And he's trying to cheer the lefty on. Foul back.
You can tell when Maharis is going to be effective because he is strike with both the fastball and the slider, and when he misses in good spots. You can tell when he's not as effective because he's a little bit sloppier.
Breaking ball left over the plate and fouled to the screen. He struck out Cabrera on a darting breaking pitch down and in, but Mauer didn't catch it.
Perfect spot to throw that pitch with 2 strikes to Cabrera. Just tough pitch for the catcher to handle, but that's the way this young man's got to pitch, and he's doing it very well so far.
Bouncer to third. Creedy has it. They'll go the short way. And we'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Tied at 7. Pitch to the Twins on the bottom of the 12.
No place else to go. Well, one other place to go, but Jimmy Leland is going to live and die with this setup guy and his closer here late. However long it goes.
Joe Creedy will lead things off. Rodney with good numbers. At times, control's been an issue. It's been a good fastball and a great changeup that Rodney has used to success as the Tiger closer this year. Creedy, Young, and Kubel are lined up to face him here in the 12. Just off the plate, ball 1. Joel Zumaya 2 1/3 innings. A shutout relief, and now Rodney for the Tigers. High pop up to short. Santiago puts it away, 1 down. They'll bring up Delman Young. Young with 3 hits, a home run, a single, and a double. All he would need, of course, is the triple to be the 3rd Twin this year to hit for the cycle.
What a great time for it.
A little bit low, ball 1. Young called out on strikes his last time up. That's on the outside corner of the changeup.
The Twins hit a lot of triples. Part of it is this ballpark is conducive to triples, but they have guys that hit the ball hard and can run well.
Tapped foul.
I was never on a lot of teams that hit a lot of triples. I know I didn't have to.
Carew hit some, didn't he?
Yeah.
Must have.
Yeah.
So Rodney has thrown Young back-to-back changeups. One and 2. An overthrown fastball to even the count. Two and 2 to Delman Young. Chopped foul up the line. Again, the Tiger outfield playing deeply in the no doubles defense, and that means Inge is pretty close to the line at 3rd. Inge, such a great athlete, he can cover that much ground, he thinks, to keep a ball from going down the line.
He's quick and he's a great diver for the ball. He's made some terrific plays diving toward the line.
Inge sidearms it across to Cabrera, 2 down, and that'll bring up Kubel. When the Twins swept the Tigers here earlier this year, the Tiger bullpen, for that matter the Twins bullpen, they were all out of gas by the 3rd game. And so this series gets started with 12 tidy innings at least, with the Twin starter only going 3. So here we go again.
Here we go again, and it'll be the same case for both bullpens and both managers for the rest of the series.
Kubel's 2nd plate appearance of the night. And he takes one up high and in, ball 1. Kubel went down swinging in the 10th against Zumaya. High fly to right. Anderson, playing back by the warning track, comes in to make the catch, and Zumaya pitches a clean 1-2-3 12th inning.
Absolute head scratcher of the year. Perennial 300 hitter, one of the best hitters I've ever seen in the American League for 4 or 5 years, and he has just struggled mightily this year, and there's nobody has any explanation for it. I talked with Jimmy Lane a little bit. He said, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
He's been in the lineup. He was benched for a while. Allowed him to just take a mental break. That worked for a couple of games. Ordonez, Inge, and Anderson facing Maharis in the 13th. First pitch fouled back. The numbers on Ordonez down. They're a little bit better against left-handers, but what is missing is the punch, the extra base power that Ordonez showed first with the White Sox and then with the Tigers.
He really just has not been the same guy. And Tiger manager Jim Leland told me today, I'm not playing him tonight. Probably won't play him Sunday. I'll probably play him on Saturday against Liriano, left-handed against right-handed.
1-1.
But I never thought that I would hear something like that said by a manager of Magglio Ordonez.
This is the 79th game this year for Detroit, and Ordonez for the most part has been healthy. And he has a total of 12 extra base hits, 9 doubles, 3 home runs. And we're almost at the midway point of the season. Popped up down the right field line. Tolbert scampering after it, and he comes up a couple steps short. 1-2. And you pair Ordonez's struggles with the late spring training release of Gary Sheffield, another right-handed power hitter in his declining years, but still a presence in this Tiger lineup a year ago. And it's easy to understand why the Tigers, who last year were supposed to score 1,000 runs, are going to have a hard time, getting 750 runs this year. Nearly hit him. 2-2.
Well, that's right. From that lineup of last year that we looked at that had Carlos Guillen and a 330 or 40 hitting Magglio Ordonez,
right,
and Gary Sheffield, and you take
Ivan Rodriguez at the start of the year.
Ivan Rodriguez at the start of the year. Now you take all those guys out of the lineup, and you and Guillen on the DL, and Magglio Ordonez. You're just not the same guy, and it really is not the same lineup.
Splintered bat and a dribbler to short. Harris with a low throw to Morneau, 1 away. To compound matters for Detroit, and more so for Ordonez, he's got a very rich option that would be exercised with a certain number of plate appearances. And so there's already been an exchange between Ordonez, his agent, Scott Boras, and Jim Leland questioning why Ordonez has been benched. Now, you can imagine who won that argument. But Ordonez wants to play. His agent wants him to play, but he has not put up numbers worthy of more playing time. Ball 1.
Well, I will tell you this. Jim Leland will put the guys on the field that he believes gives them the best chance to win the game. That game that they're playing.
Witness the decision in the 5th inning when he took the pitcher out 1 out short.
With a 5-run lead.
Right.
That's exactly right.
That's hit a long way. There haven't been many balls hit to that spot of the Metrodome by right-handed batters. My goodness, he pulled that one.
Yes, he got out in front of that one.
1-1 to Inge.
And it didn't work out for Jimmy Leyland tonight. He made the decision that he thought he needed to make, which was to bring in a right-handed hitter to face Kadire with 2 out, even with a 5-run lead. It didn't work out, but that's the way he makes decisions. Is what do I think gives me the best chance to win the game right now, because I want to win this ball.
It's almost like he had a premonition of what was eventually going to happen anyway.
Right.
1-2 to Inge. Not 100, but 91 in a real good spot. 2 down.
Just blew him away. Saw a couple pitches in and then went back away about stomach high on the outside part of the plate. That's a tough pitch to hit.
Here's Josh Anderson. A 2-run triple in his first at bat. Since then, 3 strikeouts and a fly ball to left. And he Mixes in a breaking ball for strike one. So
that's the sharpness that I'm talking about, where Anderson has never seen Maharis. He starts him off with a breaking ball here, and it's not a ball, and it's not a hanger. It's a good, sharp breaking ball. That's the way. There's another, even better. Now he's showing him one in the middle of the plate. Now he makes it a nasty one, and now he's got him 0-2, and he hasn't even seen a fastball yet. This is the kind of, I think, the kind of outing that Ron Gardenhire and Rick Anderson and the Twin staff really expected out of this young man when he came up and pitched very much this way at the end of the season last year.
Sliced foul. Well, in essence, he got 4 outs in the 12th, but Cabrera reached on the strikeout. .31 pitches for Maharis. We'll go to a 14th inning. Only one reliever left, R.A. Dickey. 2 strikes. Maharis to Anderson. Breaking ball dribbled to short. Harris has it. Chest high throw to Morneau this time, and Maharis has a very good 13th inning.
Twins victory. I'd love to see Manny figure out a way to get on here, a walk or a base hit or something, score the winning run.
Foul away on the first pitch. Of course, Tolbert, an adept bunter, but with Inge at third, so much of a bunt that way is taken away from you. He's about as good as it gets in terms of fielding bunts and throwing runners out at first base. Strike 2, a much less agile player on the other side of the diamond, Cabrera. But Rod Carew has been up here in this booth saying when he bunted for a base hit, he never bunted towards first. Every one of his bunt hits, he said, was to third base.
I don't think I ever saw Rodney to bring the ball with him towards first base.
Chopped foul off of Laird.
He was unbelievable bunting to third base. And the third baseman would play in. And Rodney was still good at him.
R.A. Dickey warming up if we go to a 14th inning.
So many guys now, and Carlos Gomez is one of those examples, who try to bunt, try to run as they're bunting.
Awkward swing and strike 3. 1 away. We'll bring up Span, who's got a good little streak going here. 5 hits in his last 5 at bats, starting with a 3rd inning single that he just chipped to left.
And like we said, he had that coming to him. He's been hitting the ball hard for a week or so. Then he started hitting the ball hard, finding gaps. A single up the center with a big triple to right field. He got a hit on a disputed call at first base here where Jim Leyland thought he was in the baseline and then ripped a 98-mile-an-hour fastball off Zamaya.
Strike 1 to Span. Only one player has picked up 6 hits in a game for the Twins. It's Kirby Puckett, and he's one of 2 players to have done it twice. Doc Kramer from the 30s, I believe. The Washington Senators had 2 6-hit games. Span checks his swing 1-1, and Puckett did it twice in some pretty magical years, as it turned out. His 6-hit game in Milwaukee in '87, and then he did it again here against the Rangers in '91. 1-1 to Span. Turned away. It's 2-1.
And if I were going to pick one game from '87 that I had to say that game won us the pennant, I would say that was Kirby's 6-hit performance in Milwaukee that day. That was the most unbelievable performance I've
after
ever
a
seen.
4-hit game the night before.
Right.
Span swings and misses. 2-2. That changeup so devastating. It's comes in looking like his fastball, which is mid-90s. There's Mr. Puckett.
The most important thing on a change, the most important facet of a pitcher's delivery that makes a changeup effective is the arm speed appearing to be the same as the fastball.
Fastball. Span now with a 3-2 count.
All pitchers with great changeups that were fastball changeup pitchers, Frank Viola, Johan Santana, to name a couple, Brad Radke to some degree, their changeup and fastball arm speed looked almost identical to a hitter. It's really the arm speed that change that you pick up.
Little dribbler to first, and Cabrera goes to the bag. Span retired out number 2, and that'll bring up Harris.
And when a guy like Rodney throws 92, 93, 94 miles an hour, and the changeup's 8 to 10 miles an hour slower with what looks like the same arm speed, it makes it very, very difficult for a hitter's timing.
See what Harris can get done here. 1 hit in the game, but it was a big one. A fly ball triple off the glove of Anderson in right. Span scored. Harris came in on a fly ball from Mauer, and that's the last run that has scored, and that was back in the 6th inning. One 1-0 to Harris, trying to keep the inning alive for Mauer. And now 2-0. We mentioned Rodney from time to time has problems throwing strikes. Haven't seen that here tonight. He's struck out a couple. He's thrown 22 pitches and 13 strikes.
This would be a perfect time to just lose that feel for the strike zone.
2-0 to Harris. Lost the bat, and the ball ends up behind home plate. Bat sailed near the Twins dugout.
There's a situation where there's a changeup and a fastball count. That's why he's so out in front. When a hitter gets that far out in front of a pitch, for some reason the hands just come off the bat. You lose right there. You lose with that kind of extension right at contact. Your hands just open up because you're so far extended and so fooled by the speed.
2-1 to Harris. And now 3-1. Three and 1 to Brendan Harris. Popped up near second base. Santiago ends the bottom of the 13th, and we'll go to the 14th. Still tied at 7. Long night for the players. Long night for everybody. Marnie Gellner and Tim Laudner.
Yeah, Dick and Roy, we're just waiting to bring you the Quest Twins Live postgame show. Any minute now, we'd love to do that. But, Tim, we saw Kevin Slowey start this game and only last 3 innings. The bullpen, though, for the Twins has been fantastic.
Well, the bullpen's been solid, and the other thing is that the position players have done a really good job of battling back 1 inning at a time. I think you sit on the bench. When you see guys from your bullpen go out and throw up the zeros, you want to win 1 inning at a time. And now they've gotten themselves in a position to win the game. This game didn't start out to be a vital game in the series. It didn't start out to be a vital series, but I think this game, the longer it goes, becomes more and more vital because the Detroit Tigers had a big lead, gave it up. The Minnesota Twins battled back, tied the game. We want to win this game.
And you know when you start a series 3 games back, that the team you're playing a 3-game series against, it just adds a little bit more drama. We'll be on the field, we'll be at the desk, and when we give you our instructional, Tim will help explain how a catcher helps manage young pitchers. Detroit had a young pitcher. We saw Keppel and Dunsing in the middle innings as well. So how a catcher helps to manage young guys like that. Roy and Dick will be talking about that, as well as how you get your mind ready to play inning number 14, which is where we're headed.
And R.A. Dickey's going to take us there. He is the last man standing down on the Twins bullpen. Kind of hard to argue with what the bullpen did here, picking up the game in the 4th inning. And just, 3 hits, 1 run allowed. Laird, Santiago, and Granderson scheduled to hit against R.A. Dickey.
And I would say that Ron Gardenhire, if this game goes 26 innings with R.A. Dickey, he's got the upper hand.
Well, the Tigers now are warming up Freddie Dulce. He is the last man standing down there. Now there is this, in case you're wondering about Game 2 and Game 3 of this series. Behind all of that, the Twins have another off day on Monday. The Tigers don't. They go home and they've got a 3-game series with Kansas City starting on Monday. That's a long ways down the road, but for an opening game of this series where the bullpen has been completely wiped out, the Twins have just 2 games and then a day off to allow the bullpen to recover. The Tigers are going to have 5 games after this. Here's Laird.
The Twins have 2 games, a day off, and R.A. Dickey.
That's right. Yeah.
They're in good shape.
And he drops that first knuckler over for a strike. Laird, Santiago, and Granderson. And the pitch is laced into center field. Laird with an opening base hit here in the 14th inning. It's the first time the Tigers have had a leadoff man on since Cabrera's double leading off the 8th. So a big single potentially for Laird. And here comes Santiago in a bunting situation. Creedy already about 60 feet from home plate. And Dickey looks at second, throws to first, and you wonder what might have happened had he fielded it cleanly. The bunt right back to the mound, and Dickey looked like he wanted to throw to second.
Yeah, he wanted to go there, and he started to turn his body a little bit. We'll see it here. The ball bunted a little bit too hard, and Dickey turns his body to throw to second, and just didn't get it out of his glove cleanly. Not a great bunt. Not a great fielding play by R.A., and so he has to get him out.
So now Granderson with the lead run at second and 1 away. Granderson's walked a couple of times and singled. Ball 1. Two and 0.
This is where it gets a little dicey with the game on the line with that knuckleball, but for R.A. throwing it over, for Joe trying to catch it. but he's done very, very well in tough situations.
On the outside corner. Mid-70s, whatever it was, if that was the knuckleball. A little high. It's 3-1.
That's also been a strike all night.
Very close pitch. So Granderson in a hitter's count. First base is open, and Polanco on deck. Anderson with a hefty swing and a foul back, 3-2. Dickey feeling confident enough with his sinker slider combination. Of course, it's not necessarily a knuckleball that he's going to throw here.
No, he could throw anything. He's got a lot of guts to throw any pitch in any situation.
And Granderson gets a piece.
One of the things that I've been impressed with R.A. Dickey is his ability to throw. I mean, a guy that throws a knuckleball because his other stuff's not good enough to get big league hitters out consistently. But I've been impressed with him because he has the ability to get hitters looking for a knuckleball and throw something else and get them out.
To center. Span coming in. Out number 2. And that'll bring up Polanco. This has been one of the oddest nights in Placido Polanco's major league career. He doesn't strike out very often, yet he's struck out 3 times, and all 3 times he's been called out on strikes. In the 1st, in the 9th, and again in the 12th. And for Polanco, his 17th, 18th, and 22nd, 23rd, and 24th strikeouts of the entire season. And he checks his swing and fouls the first pitch.
There's a fastball, right? 85-mile-an-hour fastball. The hitter walks up there knowing he's going to get a knuckleball, and next thing you know, it's a fastball on the inside corner that makes it look like it's 95, not 85.
Polanco's season high, and here's a guy who gets nearly 600 at bats. His season high in strikeouts is 43. Chopped foul, and that came up and got him. Well, that caps off the perfect night for Polanco. Oh my. And everybody of the male persuasion can sympathize with what he's going through. And a trainer is, in this situation, of absolutely no use at all.
Absolutely none. As a matter of fact, at this point, if I were Polanco, I wish they just both went back to the dugout. There's nothing they can tell me.
Good enough to do that. He's good enough to hit. So he'll stay in the game here.
Yeah, I guess that's a move I wasn't expecting.
So 2 strikes to Polanco.
I guarantee you, though, if another knuckleball came floating up there, I'd have a hard time swinging at it right now. I really would. I have to be honest.
Go-ahead runner at second. Gerald Laird is there. 2 outs, 2 strikes to the hitter. Little roller up the middle, and it's going to put the Tigers in front. Polanco with a bleeder up the middle, and Detroit takes an 8-7 lead. So Laird scores from second on a 6-hopper right up the middle.
Got to give Polanco credit. That was a tough at bat.
Look, he hit it right off the trademark.
Yep, he got it way down toward his hands, and just able to fist it through where nobody was.
And now Cabrera. Chopper to Creedy, who gets the first hop. And the third out comes one pitch too late. The Tigers take a lead of 1 in the 14th inning. To try to save it, Joe Mauer nearly in his at bat in the 9th inning ended it. Delman Young nearly hit his second home run tonight, driving it deep to left, about 2/3 of the way up the wall. It went for a double. And then Mauer leading off the 9th inning in a tie game, just about hit one out, but Kelly made a nice play and left, turning around and making the catch right in front of the fence. So now Dulce will try to pin down a save for the Tigers. And Dulce's history through the minors and in the majors, yes, he has been a closer in the minor leagues, but he's been very effective against righties and much less so against lefties. And he's got 2 of the best lefties in baseball facing him here in the 14th. Mauer takes down and away, ball 1. Dulce just recently called up. He was with the Tigers for a good part of the season last year. Mauer, Morneau, and Cuddyer, and then Creedy if the Twins get that far. Down low, 2-0. Dulce last year pitched in 42 games out of the pen. 28 walks in 47 2/3 innings, and just a handful of appearances so far this year. 2-1. Doesn't give up many home runs. Pitches to contact for the most part. Lefties last year hit him at a .364 clip at the major league level. 3-1. Mauer started the day 8 plate appearances short of qualifying for the batting leadership, and he'll make up half of those at least here tonight. Look at that when he's ahead in the count, hitting .596. And he drives it to the left field corner, but it's going to turn left. 3-2.
What did I say that I thought he would hit if you threw him a ball out over the plate at 740? I mean, 5, whatever that is pretty close. When he's ahead in the count, he just is so good at getting the ball that he wants to hit. And if he wants to hit it, and if it's a pitch out there over the plate, he just doesn't miss much.
3-2 to Mauer. Single and 4 fly balls for Joe. He Slices it foul. Dulce fits in well with this Tiger bullpen. A low to mid-90s fastball. They had right-hander Ryan Perry with a move. Tickled the 100-mile-per-hour mark on the jugs gun a few times too. Bauer trying to get the bottom of the 14th started, as the Tigers did, with a base hit. Three and two. That'll work. His second hit tonight. And the leadoff man is on the bottom of the inning.
Well, again, with 2 strikes, Joe's approach is just to let the ball get back in the plate so he identifies the pitch and doesn't get fooled. And the only thing that can fool him is if the ball gets in on him just a little bit. But he's strong enough, and his swing is so level. The big end of his bat is so level through the zone that he's able to muscle those balls through the infield when he gets beat inside a little bit.
Here's Morneau. An RBI single, a walk, 3 strikeouts. And he takes outside a ball. Dulce, the last man left in the Tiger bullpen, so of course they have no option but to let it ride with Dulce on the mound trying to pick up his first major league save. Let me correct myself. He did get 2 saves last year, but I doubt that any of them resemble this save opportunity at all.
I don't think so. And he's the kind of right-hander that if Justin can get the ball from the middle of the plate in and up a little bit, this is the kind of guy that Justin can hammer pretty well. And he wants to sink. Dulce wants to sink the ball, but when he has to throw a strike, the ball straightens out a little bit. And if he can get one, Justin can get one in the middle of the plate, he could end this thing right now. We got 2-0 right here. Justin gets the ball he wants, he could end it right here.
Check swing, but he went 2-1.
That's the danger when you're trying to do something big to your pull field. The danger is you get a little bit excited. And when you're 2-0, 3-1, you got to make sure that you narrow down the pitch that you want.
Morneau flares at foul. You might have seen Maglio Ordonez in right field is 1 step away from the warning track. I haven't seen anybody play that close to an outfield wall. That's not Ordonez out there either. Didn't recognize him without the haircut. I guess that is Ordonez. 2-2 to Morneau. I haven't seen anybody play that close to the wall since Fenway Park.
The shortstop plays that close in Fenway Park.
So 2-2 to Morneau. And a look over to first.
That was almost a ball.
I think that's what Ron Gardner hires.
Yeah, that he moved his shoulders before he stepped off. If Kenny Kaiser were an umpire out there, Joe would be at second base.
3-2. Do you dare send Mauer here?
No, I don't think you need to. I don't think I would do it here in this situation. I'd leave the hole open.
Kadair on deck. Mauer stays put. Morneau drives it to right center field. That's down for a hit. Mauer around second. On his way to third. The tying run is at third. Nobody out. Good at bat for Morneau. And Mauer and Morneau start the 14th with singles. Ordonez playing so deeply in right field, he had no chance.
As soon as that ball was hit, you knew it was going to be down just because of what you pointed out. Rick. He was playing so deep that there's no chance he had to catch that ball.
So now the Tigers are going to set up their infield here. Middle infielders playing back for a double play ball. Inge looks like he's going to play about even with the bag at third. Kadire, a pair of hits, struck out with the bases loaded in the 11th. Off the glove of Inge, it trickles into left field. Mauer scores the tying run, and now Morto trying for third, and he is out at third base. The game is tied, and Kadire goes to second. So it's 8-8. The first out, a costly one at third base.
Kadire hit it very, very sharply. I'm actually surprised that Brandon Inge didn't catch that ball. Justin makes a really nice try. Really, not a great play with nobody out. With one out, that's a great, great gamble. With nobody out, not quite as good. Good hustle, though. Good attempt.
Down and away, ball one. Again, we'll say it. The Twins have beaten the Tigers 4 times this year. In those 4 wins, the game-winning run was driven in by Joe Creedy. He's got the winning run at second with 1 out. And now Laird to the mound. It started his streak of 4 back-breaking hits against the Tigers. Started with a double against Brandon Lyon, then a 2-run home run against Galarraga. His slam here against Brandon Lyon, and then the very next day got the game-winning 2-run single against Bobby C. One and 0 to Creedy. Can he do it again against Detroit? 2-0.
Now you have just the opposite situation in the outfield, Dick, that you had the time before. Now the outfielders are playing in at a spot where they have a chance to throw the Kadire out at the plate on a base hit.
Why are they pitching to Joe Creedy? That was nearly a strike and nearly not caught by Laird.
That was a cross-up there.
3-0 to Creedy. His run means nothing, and first base is open.
That was a fastball. You can see Gerald Laird thinks it's going to be an up and in fastball, and all of a sudden it was a slider breaking away. Had to know the signs.
Probably should have been called a strike.
Yep. Hard to get a strike when the catcher doesn't know where the ball's going. Hard to convince the umpire that he ought to call it a strike.
3-0 to Creedy. He takes a strike.
I don't know why they're pitching to Joe Creedy, Dick. It's a great question with first base open and 1 out where you put the double play in order. It's kind of a mystery to me.
3-1 to Creedy. To right field, hit right at Ordonez. And that's out number 2. Ordonez with a long throw, cut off by Inge, who charges up the baseline. It's a 2 down, and that'll bring up Delman Young. Young started out reaching his first 4 times, but he struck out the last 2 times. He's trying to pick up a teammate here, Justin Morneau, who ran into the first out at third base a few moments ago.
Cardinal rule about that is never the third out. And good gamble with 1 out, obviously, to try to get the third. No outs, not quite as good.
Young takes a strike, and Laird got crossed up again. He's lucky that he caught both those pitches. Dulce trying to save it, and he and his catcher haven't been on the same page here lately.
And Laird says he walked back to the umpire. I don't know what else I have to tell him. It's the second sign. I mean, or whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
1 strike to Young. And that one off his glove. Finally, a runner advances, and Kadire takes a big turn. What in the world is going on between Freddie Dulce and Gerald Laird? Whatever it is, there's not a runner at second base anymore. And Jim Leland's going to try to what in the world's going on here?
I don't know what happened there. That looked like a cross-up, too, although Laird didn't go out there on that one. I expected Laird to go out there again. I don't know what happened there. The first two were definitely cross-ups. They called for a fastball, and he got a slider.
Well, whatever it is, it might not seem like much, but that Laird was able to catch the first two cross-ups has maybe kept this game alive for Detroit. One here, sending Kadire to third. And now 1-1 to Young.
Okay, if you're Gerald Laird right now and you're about to put a sign down, how confident are you? How are you feeling about what pitch is coming up there?
Sliced foul. And wounded a fan. 1-2. Young trying to end the game. Tap foul. The inning started with a pair of hits. Actually, the inning started with 3 hits. Kadire singling off the glove of Inge to tie the game. Kadire the winning run in the bottom of the 14th. 1-2 to Delman Young. Blocked beautifully by Laird. And the game is still alive for the Tigers.
That's a terrific play right there by Gerald Laird. This ball, when it hits the ground and spin, it could go anywhere. He gets down, gets glove and chest in front of the ball. His whole body was in front. That gave him the best possible chance of keeping it in front of him. That's a terrific play.
Kadire trying to draw a balk. Bounce to the right side. We get more baseball. Throw to first. Young retired. We'll go to the 15th. Tied now at 8. Marty Kellner and Tim Laudner taking the rest of the way.
Yeah. We'd love to carry you to the end of this thing. We just don't know when it will end. But, Tim, we were watching Laird and Dulce get crossed up there. As a catcher, you must, I know you sympathize, you empathize with that. Do you have any insight as to what was going on between those two?
You know what? When you have runners in scoring position, a runner on third like that, you better get it right. You better find a way to know what's coming in there. If you don't know what's coming, you got to go out and straighten it out. And you saw Jimmy Leland go out there and make sure he got these things straightened out.
As a player, when you're about to start the 15th inning, how do you stay sharp?
You know what? You just tied the game. You just demoralized the other team again. You found a way to come back. They took the lead. You found a way to come back and score a run, tie the game up. You found a way to demoralize them once again. We might as well go ahead and win this game.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Dick and Roy will be back with Quest Twins Live, our post-game show, whenever this game should end. And a reminder, we will hear from Ron Gardenhire as well as Jim Leland. So we've got plenty of post-game coverage whenever the Twins put a wrap on this thing. I'm thinking bottom of 15 sounds pretty good.
You guys need some help up there?
We're holding our own up here. Somewhere down in Fort Myers, Florida, Bert Blyleven is cackling.
Yeah, Bert's happy as a clam right now.
There's Joe.
But I'll tell you, have we got something from Robbie on Bert? Have you heard from Bert, Robbie?
Yeah, you know how busy Bert is. Him and his wife, Gail, they actually turned the game off tonight. I'm going to roll them under the bus. In the third inning, they watched the movie Seabiscuit. Bert and Gail Blyleven turned it back on, and we were still playing. So he sends me a text saying, what in the world is going on here right now? So, Bert, we miss you a little bit. Not that much. Guys?
Samson's name a horse after him, and now he's watching horse movies.
You know, Timmy Laudner made a great point, and it's about being in the 15th inning here. I mean, if you've gone this far and you're the home team, you got to win this game. You just keep going until you win it.
And now another leadoff hit for the Tigers with Rayburn stroking the first pitch into left. And the Tigers will get Ordonez to the plate. And boy, you talk about how the mighty might have fallen. Can you imagine Ordonez being asked to bunt here? It's been a very disappointing year, and he hasn't bunted at all in his major league career. But Ordonez hit a ground ball to short his first time up. And Creedy playing even with the bag at third. Dickey has a very good pickoff move. You had to hit against Charlie Huff, and Huff would work extensively. Here's Gene Lamont now to come in, and the throw to first might have been to see whether Ordonez would square early, or do you think the bunt's off here? Absolutely.
No, I'm waiting to see. He didn't square early enough to give it away yet. I actually, it looked to me like he wasn't bunting, and Gene Lamont might have told him, hey, you're bunting. The only reason Jimmy Leyland wouldn't give him the bunt sign is because he's probably never bunted in his life. Maybe he has no confidence in him being able to do it. But I just can't imagine that he would be he'd be bunting it.
You can't imagine he would be. His last one was 11 years ago.
Yeah.
He has a total of 3 as a big leaguer.
I bet none this decade.
And over 6,000 at bats.
We talk about R.A. Dickey's pickoff move. There's an old adage for us old school guys that to be an effective pitcher, you have to be able to throw the ball over the plate, hold runners on, and field your position. And that's what really has gotten R.A. Dickey back to the big leagues and why he's been successful, because he can do those 3 things, and they're all important.
Liner to second, double play. So Ordonez hits it on the screws and still hits into a double play.
Well, we've seen 2 base running mistakes here right in a row. And that one's a really big one. There's no way that you get doubled off on that line drive with nobody out. There's no reason to go there.
And now Inge. 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts. He's been hit by pitches twice. And he takes up high. Inge playing with a bad left knee. And Jim Leyland was concerned about how often he would be able to play him and use him. He's a critical part of Detroit's team. But on this artificial turf, there's a liner to right center field, a base hit, and Inge is aboard with 2 outs. Some concern about how durable Inge would be able to be in the 3-game series here. And so, first game out of the chute, here we are in the 15th inning, and he's still out there.
I've been so impressed with Brandon Inge and what he's done in his career for the Tigers. Catcher, third base, back to catcher, back to third base,
center field last year.
They've had him everywhere, and I can tell you that it's hard if you're being asked to do all that. I mean, you're a major league player and a professional player, and you want to play and you want to contribute, and you do it gladly. But it's hard to develop any kind of consistent approach at the plate. You know, when you're concentrating, worrying about learning new positions or going back to one that you used to play and then back to another one that you used to play. He's just been a real professional about it, and I'm glad to see him doing so well.
Josh Anderson takes a ball. Well, the Tigers have been leading this division for most of the year. Improved defense is a key component to their first place status. 1-0 to Anderson. That's slipped it to left. Long run for Kubel. He's there. And the improved defense on the left side of the infield, a big part of Detroit's season so far. A scoreless top of the 15th.
Mikowski, welcome back to an 8-8 ball game here as we head to the bottom of the 15th inning. And during these extra innings, hanging out down in Roy Smalley's normal spot in this camera well, watching Jim Leland, the Tigers manager. He's been roaming back and forth the entire time, throwing stuff down, firing into the dugout, especially after Michael Kadire got that RBI hit in the last inning, or excuse me, Morneau. Ron Gardenhire on the other side here, he's just pretty much hanging out, keeping a calm demeanor about things. And one other thing I noticed, Scott Baker ran across me down into the Twins bullpen, so don't be surprised to see the normal starting pitcher and the ace of this Twins staff get an inning here.
Thank you, Robbie. Jason Kubel taking strike one, leading off the bottom of the 15th against Freddie Dulce, who wobbled his way through the 14th, giving up hits to the first three batters he faced. Kubel bounces it right side, backhanded by Cabrera, and Kubel is retired, one away. And now Matt Tolbert.
I'm not surprised to hear Robbie talking about Jimmy Leyland stalking in the dugout and obviously frustrated with the way things are going. It's about wanting to win this game very badly and watching his, if players make mistakes in big situations. It's not just about this game. It's about what he then thinks about what his players are thinking about.
Right.
You just don't want to see guys get in the habit of getting doubled off first base with nobody out in the top of the 15th inning. You just don't want to even think that any of you guys might do that.
2-0 to Tolbert. Span on deck. Well, again, the way the 3 games were played here in May, Twins won the first game, second game, and then the Tigers had a 5-0 lead with their ace on the mound, and they turned it over to the bullpen, and the Twins answered with a 6th spot. Called strike, 2-1. And so in fear of that happening again, he went to his bullpen early, and then it happened anyway. 2-1 to Tolbert. Chop to short. And a chest-high hop for Santiago, 2 down. And it'll bring up Span, his second at bat here, with a chance to pick up a 6th hit.
Center fielder Miller Span.
Span with 4 singles and a triple in succession from the 3rd inning through the 11th. He lined out to the pitcher in the 1st and tapped out to Cabrera in the 13th. Down and in, ball 1. And again, the Twins delicately are urging Span to be a little bit more aggressive, feeling that at times he's too conscious of the walks and want him to go ahead and swing away when he gets pitches like that.
It becomes a question of adjustment when you get to the big leagues. You have to adjust to what the other team is trying to do to you offensively and defensively, and what kind of player you need to become. He's proven now that he can play in the big leagues the way he got to the big leagues. And by that I mean we heard stories about Denard Span and working with a hitting instructor down in Rochester, who said, well, you got to get on base more, you got to walk, and they worked a lot about on taking pitches and drawing walks, and he got there. We're talking in glowing terms about what a pure leadoff hitter is and how he works the counts and all that. And now people are saying, well, why don't you swing early there? Why don't you go ahead and get some hits? Forget about it, and not forget about it, but in a guy's mind, say, now wait a minute, I know what got me here.
Laird got hit by Span's follow through with the bat, and the count's 2-2. Span got a piece of the ball and the mask and then swing.
Let's take him down, maybe without the forfeit. But anyway, just to complete the thought, a guy tends to play in the big leagues the way that he got there.
Span strikes out, and we'll go to the 16th inning. Tied at 8. 29 hits on the board, 16 runs. And R.A. Dickey will go out for another inning of work. Dodge game summary, and early on it was all Detroit.
It was all Detroit. Josh Anderson with a 2-run triple in the 2nd inning. In the 3rd inning, slowly left the ball in the middle of the plate, and Marcus Thames hit a long home run to left field. But Delma Young came right back in the 4th inning. Big strong swing from the young man. over the baggie for a home run. And in the 6th inning, the Twins came roaring back. Joe Creedy got it all started, leading off the 6th with a rocket of a home run to left. A couple of guys on. Denard Span tripled down the right field line. And then Brendan Harris followed with a triple of his own. Off the glove and the baggie of Josh Anderson out there. Joe Mauer would tie it up, and that's the way it stayed until the 14th inning when Polanco drove in the go-ahead run, made it 8-7. Twins mounted a comeback, and Michael Kadire lined a single off of Brandon Inge, a double off of Brandon Inge. And here we are, 8-8.
Yes, I was going to say it's going to be tomorrow. It's almost going to be later today, but Saturday afternoons were made for baseball, especially on the 4th of July. And Fox has Game 2 between the Twins and the Tigers. It comes up at 3 o'clock Central on Fox. Tomorrow I'm working the game with Mark Grace, who I trust by now is well past his bedtime. He's been tucked away, preparing for the game.
Oh, if he were a true professional, he'd watch the end of this.
Yeah.
Just in case they needed to learn some more information about one of these teams.
Well, Scott Baker down in the bullpen, and I would imagine if this game goes beyond the 16th inning, that Baker might be asked to pitch. Twins weren't scheduled to pitch Baker in this series. And you have an off day on Monday. First pitch, a fastball for a strike to Gerald Laird. Laird singled to center on the second pitch he saw from R.A. Dickey, and then eventually scored the go-ahead run in the 14th. Knuckleball popped up, tough play. Tolbert tracking, gets there, one away. So one down in the 16th inning. Now, one way or the other, Dickey's going to complete this inning. That will mean that the Twins bullpen tonight, the bullpen, has pitched 13 innings. And tomorrow, Liriano's going for the Twins, and he had a very good start his last time out. But Liriano, of course, has been, a little wobbly in terms of pitching innings. That drifts outside, ball one. Edwin Jackson, the starter for the Tigers, has been an innings eater. Rick Anderson knows that he's got a short night's sleep, and he needs to cross his fingers a little bit tomorrow with Liriano on the mound. Swing and a foul. Liriano and Jackson each have 16 starts on the season. Liriano's pitched 89 innings. Jackson has pitched 20 more innings.
That young man Edwin Jackson has real good stuff.
Darted down and in, 2-1. The only thing I've ever umpired was a slow pitch softball game, and I was terrible at it. But you can imagine Eric Cooper. Now, he's had a long night behind the plate. The knuckleball has to be the hardest pitch, I would think, to call balls and strikes, because who knows where it's going to go. You've not seen many of them. And now here he is at the end of this long night trying to call balls and strikes with a knuckleball, and chopped over the head of Dickey. Santiago's aboard with a base hit with one out here in the 16th. So that'll bring up Granderson. He'll get his second look at Dickey's knuckler.
On the other hand, the knuckleball, I think that you can be forgiven if you miss one here and there. Most of the time, the knuckleball, you don't take a lot of knuckleball strikes. The guys are swinging. It floats up there,
right,
and guys are swinging at it. And if you're the umpire, you get to see it float up there. I don't recall seeing umpires miss an awful lot of knuckleball pitches, calling them incorrectly. And I think the main reason is because guys are swinging at it most of the time.
Dickey gets a lot of weak ground balls, and with this guy at the plate, you'd hardly expect a double play. He's only bounced into one double play in over 300 at bats. This one drilled into the right field corner. Santiago runs well. Kadire retrieves. Santiago will be held. With Polanco due up next. Granderson with a solid double into the right field corner. Second and third with one out.
And again, one out is the key. With 2 outs, Gene Lamont would have had the runner going all the way. But here's looks like a fastball that did not fool Granderson. He tried to sneak, R.A. Dickey tried to sneak a fastball in there instead of knuckleball, and Granderson was all over it.
Infield in now, and the outfield shortening up as well. Polanco singled with a little 6-hopper up the middle for an RBI single. Polanco again has struck out 3 times, each time looking. Fastball that clips the inside corner. Of course, the thing that Dickey needs here is a strikeout or a pop-up, and he's more apt to get the latter than the former, even though Polanco has struck out 3 times. Into left field, a base hit. Polanco delivers again, and the Tigers have a lead again. The value of a contact hitter. And Polanco twice has delivered a big hit for Detroit.
He is such a tough out. He really is. He has made himself a very, very good hitter and a tough out in situations like this.
And now Cabrera will hit. So 1 out in the inning, and then 3 straight hits. And Cabrera comes up, with the Tigers now leading 9-8. Ball 1. The Tigers got a run in the 14th inning. The Twins got one back in the bottom of the inning, starting with a Mauer single. At the bottom of this inning, it'll be Harris, Mauer, and Morneau. Fly ball right field, headed to the corner. And a foul ball. 1-1. Dickey has given up 7 hits in his relief outing here. 2 hits and a run in the 14th. 2 hits without a run in the 15th, and now 3 straight here in the 16th. Popped up. Mauer, Morneau, it's Mauer with the call and the catch and a big second out. Is that the fastball that he sneaked in on him?
It looked like a knuckleball to me, just the way he swung it. I couldn't really tell.
So here's Ryan Rayburn.
Well, I think it was a fastball, Dick. You're right.
Ran it in on his hands.
Right on his fist, yeah.
So 2 on, 2 out. And welcome to Saturday. Welcome to the 4th of July.
Happy 4th, everyone.
There we are. To make it official. One and 0. Dickey trying to retire Rayburn and keep the Twins within 1. Not have a strikeout in his outing here tonight. Sticks a fastball on the outside corner, 1-2. 1-2 to Ryan Rayburn. Liner into right center field, and another Detroit run. They have a 2-run lead. And Rayburn delivers a clutch hit, and the Tigers now lead it 10-8. 4th hit of the inning and 8th hit allowed by R.A. Dickey.
And when you think about the hits that R.A.'s given up, the Granderson's is the only one I can remember that's hit hard. Everything else has been label at best. Polanco's single here in this inning, I guess, was hit pretty hard. But
seems like Dickey's throwing primarily fastballs here in his. That one darting down and away. Dickey came into the game in the 14th inning. So in his 3rd inning of work, apparently a knuckleball or a breaking pitch anyway, but throwing an awful lot of fastballs. Here's Ordonez. And another base hit. It'll be another Detroit run. So Ordonez drives in a run with a single, and the 5th hit here in the 16th inning against R.A. Dickey. Hot ground ball past Tolbert, and now here's Inge. Singled his last time up. Chopper to Creedy, and the inning ends. Twins have some making up to do. They're 3 down going to the bottom of the 16th. Freddie Dulce will try to secure a win, and let's go down to Marty Kellner.
All right, guys. Well, Tim, you're a little bit deflated if you're the Twins. All of a sudden, it's 8-8. Now it's 11-8, just like that. You have Harris, Mauer, Morneau to lead off this inning, but you got to come up with some offense right now.
And they're capable of it, and why not? You know what? Let's get somebody on base. Let's maybe get a couple of base runners on, and let's see what happens. Maybe we can get 2 bloops and a blast. You know what? Never say die. You've come this far. Never say die. That's not what these guys are about. Don't forget, it was what, 5 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago, we were down 6-0. So there isn't any reason not to go up there, have a good at bat. I know these guys are going to have a good at bat. Put a good at bat on this guy and see what's going to happen. Let's get a base runner and see what happens.
The Twins have been down 6-0 and 7-1 in this game. And you're right, if they push it all the way to the 16th inning, a lot of people didn't think we would be here in the first place. As long as you're here, you might as well give it your all.
You know what? Is this one of those games where you might be tempted to turn it off, and then the next morning somebody says, hey, did you see what happened in the bottom of the whatever? This could be one of those games. Stick around with us. There's something crazy could happen in the bottom half of this inning. I'm just telling you.
So you think this might be one of those nights when someone says, did you see what happened in the bottom of the 16th with Harris, Mauer, and Morneau leading things off for the Twins?
I'm not going to go crazy, but I'm thinking that something crazy is going to happen in the bottom of this inning.
Well, Dick and Roy, we would love to see that happen here in the bottom of the 16th inning.
Twins had a game here, the game that Creedy finished off with the home run. The Tigers going to the bottom of the 7th, and they had a 9-7 lead. Twins tied it, won it in 13 innings. So they'll hope for some magic here in the 16th inning. Harris takes up and in. Keeping in mind, of course, that Freddie Dulce is not used to pitching at the end of games for Detroit. He'd done it for Lakeland for parts of a couple years, but there's a huge jump between Class A Lakeland and the Major League club. 1-1. Harris, Mauer, Morneau, and then the Twins are going to need a lot of help and a lot more hitters after that.
Made it a little bit easier for Dulce with a 3-run lead, but he still looks like the kind of guy that could lose control of the strike zone a little bit.
Missed on the first pitch, hit with the next 2.
Like Tim Laudner said, each guy goes up there and tries to put the best at bat possible. See what happens.
Scott Baker in the Twins bullpen ready to go. Armando Galarraga warming up. 2-2. The veteran starter who's kind of a bumpy road this year. Last couple starts have been okay. He's warming up as an insurance policy. 2-2 to Harris, who's yet to swing the bat in this at bat. And he won't swing that one again. One down. Harris retired. Everybody crossed off in the bullpens. And Lauer coming to the plate for his 8th time here tonight. Some of the numbers that have accrued here: 480 pitches thrown. And for Mauer, perhaps a long enough game. This game starting 5 hours ago, roughly, that it might keep him out of the lineup tomorrow, and otherwise he might have played. Strike one. So you don't give up about tonight, but you go through an at bat like this in a long inning, a long game like this, and you wonder what it's going to do to catchers and sore need third baseman in the case of Brandon Inn.
Well, it's going to be short, and so they're out there again, and there's not going to be as much time for treatment in the training room. There's not going to be as much time for body recovery. So
1-1 to Mauer. Twins with 2 outs left here tonight. And 1-2. This is an extreme situation, but you wonder why catchers haven't won batting championships and why it's a long shot for Joe to hit 400. Here he is in his 8th plate appearance. He's caught 7 different pitchers tonight, including a knuckleballer at the end. And his job here is to put a good swing on it or take enough pitches to draw a walk. A little ground under repair in front of the mound. Santiago, the Detroit shortstop, lined up behind second base. 3-2. It's really chewed up. Now we're trying to get aboard here. Bouncer right side. Cabrera has it. Dulce fumbles the ball. And Mauer will reach on an error to the pitcher.
Not a great feed from Cabrera. Dulce should have made the play, but not a great feed from the first baseman. A little bit low into the backhand side. You sure would like to see the pitcher get the ball at chest high. Dulce's a little late getting over there, getting started, and then that throw right there when you're trying to find the bag. It's not that you can't do it, but that's not the prime place to receive the ball.
Jim Leyland to the mound, talking to Dulce. Galarraga, of course, conditioned to prepare himself to start, warming up in the bullpen under game-threatening situations. Not something he's used to doing. So at this point, I'm not even sure that Galarraga, even though he's been warming up for a few minutes, would be an option. He's got a different program getting ready to come into a game.
Yeah, and I was interested to see Jim Leyland's trip to the mound there and what his body language and I'm not a lip reader and I can't I didn't have a good angle, but it sure looked like he was chewing out the pitcher, and I don't know that he was necessarily, but just the way it looked, it appeared to be that way. I think Jimmy Leyland might have just said to him, look, you're going to finish this game. When one way or the other, you're going to do it. So you catch the ball when it's thrown to you, get the ball over the plate. I mean, he did not mince any words out there. There wasn't any talking. There wasn't any how you feeling out there. It was a sermon, not a discussion.
And the luxury of a 3-run lead, he can have that chat, one-sided conversation though it was. But now if Morneau reaches and the tying run comes to the plate, the real decision might have to be made. 2-1.
There are many, many times that I would like to be a fly on the back of Jimmy Leyland's uniform so I can hear some of the things that he said. And maybe he said, look, I don't care if Morneau hits a home run. You don't walk anybody. Keep throwing it over.
And it's 3-1. This probably won't surprise you. Everything else in baseball is a final. Even the West Coast games. 3-1 to Morneau. Morneau swinging and missing. He's struck out 3 times tonight. And the Twins need one more base runner to get Canario up, representing the tying run, and then Creedy hitting behind him. 3-2. And a base hit down the left field line. Mauer around second. He'll go to third. Morneau following to second base. And now here comes Cuddyer representing the tying run. And now, what does Jim Leyland do?
Two-strike swing by Justin. This is what makes him such a dangerous power hitter. A guy that can hit the ball all over the ballpark on any count. Just a real professional hitter. Good job of hitting there. And we've got the time run to the plate. I don't think Jimmy Leyland wants to bring Galarraga in, to your point, Dave. I really don't think he wants to. He may be forced to, but I don't think he wants to.
Cuddyer takes strike 1. Nice catch by Laird. 1-1. So far, Dulce has given up just 3 home runs in over 50 innings. So Jim Leyland can be comforted that Dulce so far has not given up the long ball very often. And Cuddyer waves at it. 1-2. Cuddyer struck out with the bases loaded with a chance to end the game in the 11th.
Well, the Twins have had their chances. No question about that. As have the Tigers. To have it be over. The Twins had more chances offensively. The Tigers had chances to put the game away on the mound and couldn't do it.
1-2. Just off the plate. And it's 2-2. Dulce has thrown 56 pitches tonight. Two and 2 to Michael Cuddyer. Outside 3-2 with Creedy on deck. Full count to Cuddyer. And a check swing foul, simply protecting the plate. Got a piece of it. Mauer's at third. Morneau's at second. 3-2 to Cuddyer. Chopper to third. Mauer will score, and Inge's throw in time to get Cuddyer. It's 11-9, and now Creedy the last hope for the Twins. Creedy has 1 hit in 7 at-bats, but it was the home run that triggered a 5-run sixth. Twins down to their last out. Strike on the outside corner. If Creedy can keep the game alive, Delman Young will come up. 1-1. Chopper to the hole. Inge has it. And the Tigers have a series opening marathon win over the Twins.